Welcome, honorable members. Yesterday, yeah. Yesterday, Ukashifa called me, but the way her voice was sounding, it was like she's got an infection in her throat.
Recording in progress.
So she's booked off sick. I told her that she must stay at home and keep herself warm, because this flu is very terrible. I'm from this flu, and I know how painful it is to have this flu. So I told her yesterday that she must stay at home and not go around, because she's booked off sick. So Crystal is the one who's going to present the report to the committee. I'm not sure whether Crystal is ready by now. Maybe let's take apologies from Uneliswa, if there are any apologies that have been sent to her. Uneliswa?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chair, and good morning, members and my colleagues. I've received one apology from Honorable Shongo, who indicated that she's traveling back home to Mpumalanga. She's from Eastern Cape. She was busy with organizational work. That's the only one that I've received, Chair. Thank you.
Oh, okay. So
Morning,
we are coordinating. Hello?
Morning, Chair.
Morning.
Yes. Jim Mamsondile. Now
Okay.
I'm put on sick leave, Chair. For this time I was admitted in hospital in Cape Town. I'm not even well even now, but I'm logged in the committee. Even yesterday,
Okay.
I was at the review of Dr. again. I have that
Okay.
serious flu, yes. So on Wednesday in Cape Town, I'm admitted at N1 City net care, that hospital at night.
Okay.
Yes, but I'm looking in.
Okay. Okay. But thanks, Mam Sonte. Yeah. Today's meeting is about adopting ILO. A report, our budget vote report. So at least by 1 o'clock we'll be done, so that we can be able to join other many plenaries at 2. Because I think we will be done by 1, and then at 2 o'clock we'll have to join other plenaries. And next week we'll be debating our budget vote. So let me get my apologies from Corneliswa if there are any.
Chair,
Nelly?
I've already indicated, Chair. It's from Honorable Shongo, who will not be able to join the meeting today as she's traveling.
It's Honorable
Yes.
Shlomo. Okay, she's booked off sick. Okay, thank you very much, honorable members. Let's go straight to the report. Christelle, are you ready?
Morning, Chair, morning, members. You surprised me, Chair, but I'll try my best.
Why do you say I surprised you?
I didn't know, Chair, but it's fine. I've got the
But I
report
told
here, so
Kashifa
it's
to tell you yesterday.
I didn't speak to her yesterday, Chair, but it's okay. I've got the report here. It's fine.
Okay,
You must
thank
always
very much.
you must always be combat ready, Christelle.
Yeah, put on my boots, Miss Matika. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm just gonna share my screen.
Yeah, even with the Tasnim is here, Mos. She can also, you can also share the presentation. It's okay.
Yes, Chair, I'm also here. I'll help you again.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Okay, I just want to check, is it visible to everyone?
Yes, it's
Yeah,
visible.
it's on the screen. It's visible.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I just want to know, do you want me to go through everything, or would you like me to start with the observations and recommendations? Because as per usual, the first part is just recapping when we had the meetings and what our discussions were, or what the presentations entailed. So I'll take advice from Chair there in terms of how you'd like me to go about it.
Go to the, you see the introduction.
Okay, so the introduction is just a reminder that tells us that as per the ATC of number 48 on the 13th of April, the department tabled their APP to Parliament. The NYDA's one was tabled on the 15th of March, and then the CGE tabled the APP only on the 9th of May. Then the next section there is just telling us or reminding us when we had the different meetings. So on the 2nd of May, we had met with the department to look at their APP and revised stat plans. The 3rd, we met with the NYDA. And then on the 9th of May, we had our meeting with the CGE. We had also noted that the AG had requested an opportunity to brief the committee on the assessment of the APPs of the different entities, but then they were unable to do it on the day. So this report that we are presenting today considers all the matters pertaining to the department and then the CGE and NYDA as well. Chair, do you want me to go through all of this, the mandate and the objectives?
Yeah, it's important for you to read the mandate now,
Okay.
because they've changed the mandate.
Yes, Chair. So the mandate of the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities was gazetted on the 26th of June 2019, following the presidential announcement of the sixth administration. At that stage, the department was once again reconfigured and was charged with taking the lead on socioeconomic transformation and implementation of the empowerment and participation of women, youth and persons with disabilities through mainstreaming, advocacy, monitoring, and evaluation. Subsequently, the mandate was changed to regulate the socioeconomic transformation and implementation of the empowerment and participation of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. The department has now reverted back to the original mandate as per its annual performance plan in 2020 for this annual performance plan 2023-2024 as follows: to lead on socioeconomic transformation and the implementation of the empowerment and participation of women, youth, and persons with disabilities through mainstreaming, advocacy, monitoring, and evaluation. Their vision remains revised. The revised vision is a transformed, inclusive society free from all forms of discrimination and capable of self-actualization. And then there's also a revised mission, which is to provide strategic leadership, advocacy, and coordination to government departments and the country on mainstreaming socioeconomic empowerment of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. I'm not going to go through the constitutional mandate, but then just in order to give effect to its mandate, the department has 4 programs as outlined in the APP. So program 1 is administration, and it has 3 sub-programs: departmental management, financial management, and corporate management and office accommodation. Program 2, which deals with mainstreaming women's rights and advocacy, and which has 4 sub-programs, which is management, and then the social empowerment of women, economic empowerment of women, and then the sub-program which deals with the transfer of funds to the Commission for Gender Equality. Program 3 is monitoring, evaluation, research, and coordination, and it has 4 sub-programs, namely management, and then research and knowledge management, internal relations, stakeholder management, and capacity building, and monitoring and evaluation. And then the last one is program 4, which we know is the combined program for youth and persons with disabilities, and it's got 4 sub-programs, which is the management program, and then there's a sub-program dealing with the advocacy and mainstreaming of rights of youth, as well as one dealing with the advocacy and mainstreaming for the rights of people with disabilities. And the last one dealing with the NYDA oversight and transfer of funds. Chair, I don't know how much detail you want me to go into with the
You were reading.
yes. I'm asking how much detail do you want me to go into with the analysis? Do you want me to go through all of that?
Go to their priorities.
Okay. So in terms of the policy priorities, they've aligned it with the MTEF, with the strategic framework, and basically they are aligned with all 7 priorities. The first one being a capable, ethical, and developmental state. The second one, economic transformation and job creation. The third one, education, skills, and health. Priority 4, which is consolidating the social wage through reliable and quality basic services. Priority 5, spatial integration, human settlements, and local government. Priority 6, social cohesion and safe communities. And then priority 7, a better Africa and world. So they will be prioritizing women, youth, and disabilities, persons with disabilities across all 7 priorities. In the E&E for 2023 from Treasury, it indicates that over the MTF period, the department will continue to focus on addressing gender-based violence and supporting empowerment, promoting responsive planning, budgeting, monitoring, and evaluation across government, supporting youth empowerment, and promoting the rights of persons with disabilities. Then the next section there is the overview of the finances. So it just gives us an overview of what the department has received for the financial year. Let me just go back quickly. Oh, so this one is an overview of the 2022-23 financial year, this particular table here, which has just showed us that they had received initially 987 million. And when we looked at adjustments as at December 2022, they had received an additional 4.4 million increase, and that amounted into 991 million for the previous financial year. If we then go to the finances for this financial year, or let me just recap this table, Chair, if you'll allow me. So this one was just looking at, in terms of the programs as at the December 2022, there was significant underspending in the programs, and the reminders was just there for us that it was outstanding payments to CETA, payments on capital assets. They'd underspent by 8 million in program 2 because the legislation for setting up the council was delayed, and there was a delay in the tender process for someone to do an evaluation report on age-appropriate sexuality education in the schools. There was also lower spending on travel and subsistence. Program 3 also, that was also mainly as a result of lower spending on traveling and subsistence. And the same with program 4. If we go over then for the allocation for this financial year, for this year, department receives just over 1 billion in its total appropriation. However, most of that money goes towards the transfer payments to the 2 entities, namely the CGE and the NYDA. So the department is expected to transfer 94.1 million to the CGE and 733.3 million to the NYDA. So that in total amounts to 829 million, which means that the department for its own operations and activities would be left with an operating budget of approximately 209 million to undertake its programs and meet its targets for 2023-24. So the table here just reflects then what the allocations are for the different programs and whether there's been an increase or decrease across the 2 financial years. We can see that overall there's been a decrease across programs, but as always, we note that program 1 still receives the largest allocation of the overall budget within the department. So we've already spoken about that. And then this then would be the table when we take out the NYDA and the CGE money. So in effect, we see that this is the operating budget between the two financial years. There hasn't really been any increase. In fact, if we take into account inflation, it's actually been a decrease for the department. So this table then just covers that to show us that there is a 209 million rand operating budget for the department. As I indicated, the bulk of the money is here in the administration program at 99.6 million. Program 2 receives 30.4, program 3, 47.8, and then the combined program for youth and persons with disabilities, 31.4 million rand. As I indicated already, there are no significant increases to the programs, and so the budget has not seen a significant increase year on year. Again, these are just showing what the total amounts are for this financial year. Then when we looked at the key cost drivers for the department, projected key cost drivers for this financial year, 4.4 million has been allocated for external audit costs, 8.5 million for property payments, 12.9 million for venues and facilities, 14.9 million for travel and subsistence, and for consultants, there's 19.7 million that's been allocated. And these 5 key cost drivers consume about 79% of the goods and services budget. And the next section provides a more in-depth analysis of the budget allocations per program for the department and the reflection of the targets. So when we go to program 1, this is just an overview of the 4 sub-programs within the program. And the allocation here is 99.5 million rand for the program, which constitutes 47.5% of the total budget of the department. There is a nominal decrease of 6 million and a real rand decrease of 10.7 million in this program in particular. But as we always are reminded that this program still receives the bulk of the money. Within this program, 65.2% of their budget is allocated for compensation of employees, and 30.8% is allocated towards goods and services. The key cost drivers for this, as we indicated, was the compensation of employees, and then under the goods and services in this program, 8.6 million is for property payments, then also the audit costs we've already mentioned, and then 4.3 million for computer services, and 3 million for travel and subsistence. The department did indicate to us that they've significantly reduced their property payments since they have moved into a new building. And as such, the expenditure is now only 8.5 million rand for the financial year. And they also gave us a detailed explanation in terms of monthly rental and parking bays and etc., which contributes to this 8.5 million rand. They have a staff complement of 75 posts within this program, and there are only 8 targets for this financial year. Most of the targets are compliance related, and these are then the 8 targets. The first one being an unqualified audit opinion on predetermined objectives. The second one, which is a new target for this financial year, is an approved business continuity plan. The third one is 100% payment of all valid invoices within 30 days. Number 4, an unqualified audit opinion on annual financial statements. Number 5, maintaining a vacancy rate of less than 10% annually. The next one is having implemented 4 reports on the human resource plan. The next one being 4 reports on the master information technology strategy and plan. And the last target for this program is looking at the 40% procurement spend on entities owned by women. So overall, the targets have remained fairly similar between the 2 financial years, except for the one on the business continuity plan approved, which is 1 new target for this financial year. Going over to program 2, the program looking at mainstreaming women's rights and advocacy. The purpose of the program is to promote good governance regarding the rights and transformation of the social and economic empowerment of women. And it's got 4 sub-programs, as we mentioned before. When we look at the expenditure for this program, so the management of the program, 3.8 million is allocated for that. And then 18.2 million is allocated towards the social empowerment of women and 8.3 towards the economic empowerment of women. 54% of the budget is allocated for compensation of employees and 45% for goods and services. The total program allocation, so even though we've only got the 30.8 million here, the total program allocation is 124.5 million, but that includes the transfer payment to the CGE, which is why we've removed it from the table here, which leaves this program with the operating budget of 30.3 million. The program has actually not received much additional or any additional funding during the 2 financial years. And if we look at the real rand change, it was actually a 1.4 million rand decrease. When we look at the key cost drivers for this program, the main one is consultants, business and advisory services at 8.6 million rand. And this is an increase from the previous financial year where they allocated 5.2 million rand in terms of consultants in this program. Other key cost drivers are venue and facilities, which is 2.9 million, and travel and subsistence, which is 1.8 million. So this program has 22 posts allocated to it, and it's earmarked to achieve 11 targets for this financial year. The first being a progress report produced on the development of the Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities Socioeconomic Empowerment Index, 4 interventions to support economic empowerment and participation, then a progress report produced on the implementation of the strategy for economic empowerment of women, youth and persons with disabilities, 4 progress reports on the implementation of WECORNA provincial rollout developed, 4 progress reports on the implementation of the sanitary dignity implementation framework by provinces, 4 interventions to support empowerment and participation of women, youth and persons with disabilities, 12 national departments being monitored on the implementation of the NSP, then 9 provincial departments and 9 municipalities plans monitored on the implementation of the NSP, the establishment of 18 rapid response teams, 2 reports on implementation of the comprehensive national GBVF prevention strategy developed, and the convening of 2 national gender machinery meetings. Again, the targets have remained fairly similar between the 2 financial years, except for this, the one on 4 quarterly targets on implementation of NSP on the GBVF monitoring framework. It's not clear whether this target was discontinued or amended from the presentation they provided. Then program 3, which is monitoring, evaluation, research, and coordination. The purpose of the program is to provide research, knowledge management, international relations, stakeholder management, and monitoring and evaluation for women, youth, and persons with disabilities. Again, it has 4 sub-programs. The allocation for this program is 47.8 million, which is 22.8% of the total operational budget. This program gets approximately 2.7 million rand more than in the previous financial year. However, when we take into account inflation, it's actually only about 500,000 rand an increase. If we look at the allocation, just in terms of compensation of employees and goods and services, 26.9 million or 56.4% of the budget goes towards the compensation of employees, and then 39.8% or 19 million goes towards goods and services. In terms of goods and services, the key cost drivers other than travel and subsistence are again consultants, business and advisory services, and venues and facilities. There are 26 posts allocated for this program, and they have 9 targets for this financial year. The first one is 2 progress reports on phase 2 piloting of the integrated knowledge hub developed. The next one is 1 research report on government priorities focusing on women, youth, and persons with disabilities. 2 reports on compliance of government commitments with international and regional commitments of women produced. The next one is 10 national departments implementing the gender responsive planning, budgeting, monitoring, evaluation, and auditing framework. Then a monitoring report on the empowerment of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. 1 evaluation conducted on the empowerment of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. 4 status reports on the implementation of women, youth, and persons with disabilities international relations strategy. 12 stakeholder engagements conducted. 4 community mobilization initiatives coordinated. They've removed the following targets from the previous APP. 1 status report on the implementation of the National Gender Policy Framework. 1 status report on the implementation of the regulatory framework for women, youth, and persons with disabilities in mainstreaming developed. And then 2 progress reports developed on the implementation of the women, youth, and persons with disabilities stakeholder management framework. The last program for the department is program 4, which is mainstreaming youth and persons with disabilities rights and advocacy. The purpose of the program is to promote good governance regarding the rights and transformation of the social and economic empowerment of youth and persons with disabilities. And then the objectives are 1, to promote the development and empowerment of young people by reviewing legislative frameworks to advance their rights over the medium term. And the second one is to support, monitor, and coordinate government's implementation of the 2015 white paper on the rights of the persons with disabilities. The total program allocation is 764.5 million, but that's inclusive of the transfer payment to the NYDA, which is 733 million. So in actual fact, the operating budget for this program is only 31.4 million, and that is 14.9% of the department's operational budget. It's the smallest allocation. When examining the program's operating budget, it's on paper 3.1 million rand more than the previous financial year. However, when we take into consideration the real rand change, it actually sees a decrease of 5.7% to its allocation, which is about 1.6 million rand. When we just look at the allocations specifically for the sub-program on youth, it's 13.3 million. And for the program, the sub-program on persons with disabilities, it's 17.3 million. 57.9% or nearly 58% of the budget goes towards compensation of employees and 13 million towards goods and services. Key cost drivers are travel and subsistence, at 3.5 million. Again, consultants, business and advisory services, 4.2 million, and then venues and facilities for 3.9 million. This program has 20 posts allocated to it, and it has 13 targets for the financial year, as noted below. So for the advocacy and mainstreaming the rights of youth, there are 4 targets. 4 NYP implementation monitoring reports produced. The South African Youth Development Bill processed to Cabinet. 4 NYDA quarterly monitoring reports produced, and 4 national youth machinery meetings convened. So this program remains largely the same as from the previous financial year. They've only removed the target on international youth engagement reports reduced for this financial year. In the sub-program advocacy and mainstreaming the rights of persons with disabilities, there are 9 targets there, of which I think 3 are new. So going through the targets, 2 reports produced on awareness raising campaigns on disabilities, and that would take place within Disability Rights Awareness Month and on the 365 days program. A progress report produced on government departments that have developed implementation plans in line with the 4 frameworks. 5 advocacy manuals on disabilities developed, which is one of the new targets. A draft disability advocacy and mainstreaming strategy produced. The next one is a status report produced on compliance with national and international obligations for the rights of persons with disabilities. An analysis report produced on draft annual performance plan for national government departments. An evaluation report produced on the implementation of the white paper on the rights of persons with disabilities. So that's a new target. Then 2 RPD machinery meetings convened. And the last one there is a research report produced on the evaluation of access to education support and services for children and young people with disabilities. So that then, Chair and members, is an overview of the department's budget and its targets for this financial year. Chair, do I continue with the NYDA, or are there any amendments or changes that I need to make or reflect at this point?
Repeat what you're saying.
I'm saying that I've concluded the part on the department. So looking at an overview of the department's budget and targets, I've completed that now. Do I continue with the NYDA, or are there any additions or amendments at this point?
Give a Tasnim to present the NYDA, and then you'll come back again for strategy.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Okay, morning members. I will take you through to the, I just need to share my screen, obviously. Or Crystal, are you going to? Okay.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah.
No,
it's
I'll share.
Are
I'll
you-
put it back now. Just give me a second.
No, I think I can do it from my side. Just hold on. No, I don't have sharing rights, so you might as well just do it, please.
Okay.
Sorry, Tasneem, I gave them to you. You can share. Oh.
Oh no, it's fine. Okay, thanks. Thank you, Crystal. So if you can just scroll down, Crystal, to the NYDA analysis. Okay, so I just don't know if I'm seeing the same thing you're seeing, but it's fine. So I'll just read it from Crystal's screen. So as members can see, the mandate, we've had a discussion about the mandate. The mandate remains the same. There was nothing that they had changed in terms of that. So there's nothing to particularly discuss there. Crystal, you can scroll down. Just in terms of the revised strategic plan and the APP, NYDA now has 3 programs, and it's program 1, which is administration. Crystal, thank you. Program 2, which is operations, and program 3, which is the integrated youth development. So in terms of the budget for 2022-2023, according to the National Treasury, 2023 E&E, over the medium term, the NYDA will continue to firstly focus on implementing interventions to support skills development and entrepreneurship and the creation of employment for young people. And secondly, the interventions will include providing financial and non-financial enterprise support, providing support to transition young people into the formal, informal, and social economies, and linking young people to opportunities. And then in terms of, again, in terms of what's been written in the E&E, the NTEF period for NYDA intends to support just over 10,000 enterprises owned by youth and provide businesses development interventions to 87,000 young people, and projected just over 990 million through the Youth Entrepreneurship Program. And this would amount to 43.4% of the NYDA's total projected expenditure. Now, I know that, I mean, we have gone through this already, but I'll take members through it again. And then in addition, 329.3 million is allocated to assist the youth. That, Crystal, can you just change that? It's supposed to be fund sustainable development, so it's sustainable employment opportunities through jobs program. And then the NYS program has been allocated 335.1 million over the medium term to support young people and encourage them to stay engaged in the service to their communities and build the spirit of patriotism, solidarity, and social cohesion. And I know I've obviously spoken about this before, and this would be the last year that this fund will be receiving that the extra cash injection. And you can move down, please, Crystal. Thank you. Excuse me. So in the last year, the NYDA is expected to derive 84.6% of its revenue over the NTEF period through transfers from the department. That's obviously similar to what's happening with the CGE. And moreover, the revenue is expected to decrease at an average annual rate of 6% from 752 million, which was in 2022-2023, 618 million in 2025-2026 because of allocations from the Presidential Employment Initiative, which will be coming to an end, which I had just mentioned. So in addition to the 733 million transfer, oh, sorry, Crystal, I think something popped up there. Okay. The NYDA's overall budget includes a 16 million, I think it's 6 million. I think, Crystal, can you just fix that? I think there's a comedy or something, but anyway, it's a 16 million, the interest income of 16 million and a donor income of 112 million. And in doing so, the cumulative budget for the NYDA is 867 million for 2023-2024. And then just looking at the table for the NYDA revenue budget, you'll see the breakdown given there in terms of the transfer from the department, the donor funding, which I just mentioned, the interest income, the Presidential Youth Employment Fund income, and then the project management funds. I think it's probably fresh in members' minds because they just presented this to us, but this is the breakdown of the financials for the previous financial year and the current financial year. Thank you, Crystal. And then in terms of the E&E, spending of compensation of employees is expected to increase from 206 million for 2022-2023 to 215.1 million for the 471 employees. And this accounts for an estimated 24.4% of the total budget. And then Crystal, can you just fix that? It's supposed to be NYDA, not, yeah, thank you. Of the NYDA's total expenditure for the current financial year. So goods and services accounts for 44.1%, which is approximately 387.9 million. And of the NYDA, and that's of the NYDA's total budget. And then if we look at the table below, thank you, Crystal. This just gives us a breakdown in terms of program expenditure. So the members will be able to see the amount of money allocated to each program, and then gives you a total of the sub-programs and the overall budget, which is just over 867 million rand. So based on the table, you can see that the National Youth Service constitutes 33.4% of the NYDA's total allocated budget, followed by the economic participation, which constitutes 23.1%, and then okay, I think Crystal scrolled up a bit too much, but you can see in terms of the table, compensation of employees is a key cost driver, which accounts for 25.1%, which is marginal, in fact, compared to the other programs. And then in terms of the APP, and the program allocation is noted as follows. So program 1 was allocated 134 million, of which 64 million was earmarked for compensation of employees, and just over 70 million for goods and services. Program 2 was allocated 733 million, of which 150 was earmarked for cost of employees and goods and services at 305 million, and in 277 million. No, I think that's supposed to be rand, right? Not million, but it doesn't say. It's fine, Crystal, leave it as is. 277 million for transfers and subsidies. In program 3 was allocated just over 11 million, which was earmarked for goods and services, which makes sense for that particular program.
Why do you say it's fine? If you can see that there's a mistake.
No, it's not a mistake. It's right, Jay.
It's 305 million.
No, Jay, sorry. That is supposed to be the 305 million. I was talking about program 3G. It's meant to be goods and services. That's correct.
11.8 million.
Yes, Jay, because that's it's mostly a research and report type program, Jay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay, moving on. Thank you.
Okay, Chair. Chair, can I come in there?
Excuse me.
Okay, I think the 277, 275 is also million, isn't it?
I'm pretty sure that's 100. But
is it 100?
I'm pretty sure, but I'll double check that.
Please, okay.
I'll double check that while Crystal's presenting. I'll double check on that amount because I'll double check on that.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, no problem. Sorry, Crystal, just go up one. Think a little bit more. Thank you. So in terms of the program analysis for the NYDA for 2023-2024, according to the NYDA's APP, its programs are linked to the following medium-term strategic framework outcomes, and these are namely decent employment through inclusive economic growth and nation building and social cohesion, economic development, skills development, education programs, and they aligned with employment and job creation. And finally, the National Youth Service Program, which is aligned to skills development, skills, social cohesion, and nation building. So the APP is said to have renewed focus towards youth entrepreneurship, job creation, and coordination of the NYS program across all sectors of society. Hence, the chairperson of the NYDA stated that over the medium term, they implement youth development programs to address NTSF outcomes related to an efficient, effective, and oriented public service in support of young people of South Africa. So for the current financial year, the NYDA earmarked to achieve 29 targets across 3 programs, and these are outlined as follows. So for program 1, which is administration, the overall outcome for this program is an efficient and effective agency characterized by good corporate governance and ethical leadership. And this program has a total of 11 targets. And you can scroll a little bit down, Crystal. The first one is the 4 NYDA quarterly management reports. The second one is 250 million in value of funds sourced from public or private sectors to support young development programs. The third is 60 partnerships established. The fourth is 3 partnerships signed with technology companies. The fifth is review, implement ICT strategic plan indicating 90% achievement of ICT targets in the plan by end of the financial year. Then it's to review, implement integrated communication and marketing strategy, reduce and approve the NYDA strategic risk register for Ops Exco, percentage preferential procurement spend on enterprises that are youth owned, and then that's 30% youth owned, 40% women owned, and 5% with persons with disabilities. And that's a new target. Then develop and implement organizational culture strategy indicating 50% of the plan, which is also a new target. Developed and implemented customer service plan indicating 50% achievement, another new target. And the last new target is 10% partnerships established with companies listed on the JSE. And then following the targets, these were the targets which were removed. The reviewed and implemented annual workplace skills plan. The second one that was removed was the annual report on partnerships established with disability organizations to promote youth development. And the third one that was removed was the annual SCM procurement plan and produced quarterly reports. And then in terms of the second program for operations, the overall outcome of this program are as follows. So it's increased access to social economic opportunities, viable business opportunities, and support for young people to participate in the economy, an increased number of young people entering the job market trained, and then finally an increased coordination of the implementation of the National Youth Service programs across all sectors of society. And this program comprises of 3 sub-programs. And the first sub-program is to look at economic development through youth entrepreneurship. The second one is to look at decent and sustainable employment through jobs program. And the third one is the National Youth Service. And this program has a total of 11 annual targets as listed below. So these are the 11 targets. And then, Crystal, you can move down a little bit higher, please. Sorry, just one up a little bit. Yeah. So these are the following targets that were removed from the APP, which was to participate on the National Pathway Management Network to facilitate youth job placement opportunities, and projects produced an annual report on the National Youth Service Program. And then finally, program 3, which is why I said the goods and services was correct. You'll see that this program looks at fostering mainstreaming and evidence-based, integrated, and results-oriented youth development. And the targets are 5 impact program evaluations, annual reports produced for the integrated youth development strategy and the National Youth Service program and disability strategy. The third one is the 6 youth status outlook reports produced, and the last one is to develop a youth research report in the country. So the following target was removed. was just one. It was to develop a discussion document on youth development in the country. I will check up on that amount quickly while Crystal does the Commission for Gender Equality. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Tasneem. Chair and members, I will take you now through the CGE. So the mandate of the CGE has remained the same, and we know it emanates from Section 181 of the Constitution, and it's a Chapter 9 institution, and it's independent. It's an independent entity for strengthening democracy. They are required to report to the National Assembly at least once a year regarding the progress of carrying out of its objectives. And Section 187 of the Constitution stipulates that the Commission should promote respect for gender equality and protect and develop its attainment, as well as monitor, educate, lobby, advise, and report on issues related to gender equality. In line with the CGE's obligation to strengthen constitutional democracy, it has a legislative mandate and functions which include the following. 1, to monitor, evaluate, and make recommendations on policies and practices of organs of state, statutory bodies and functionaries, public bodies or private businesses.
If Crystal,
Yes,
if I may ask, with regards to CGE.
Yes, Chair.
Oh, okay. I can see what I've done a mistake. Okay, so fine.
Okay.
Okay, so
maybe Chair, maybe let me go to this part, because I think we had raised this here. So the Commission is publicly funded, and as I said, subject to reporting requirements of the PFMA. And in line with its constitutional mandate, the vision of the Commission remains to strive for a society free from all forms of gender oppression and inequality. Its mission includes to advance, promote, protect, monitor, and evaluate gender equality through undertaking research, public education, policy development, legislative initiatives, effective monitoring, and litigation. Just looking at its budget, for this financial year, it received an allocation through the transfer payment of 94.1 million. Of that allocation, nearly 70%, 69.5% or 65.4 million goes towards compensation of employees, and 28.8% is allocated towards goods and services. They've repeatedly said to us that they are a human capital driven institution with its employees carrying out the bulk of the services. Hence, the bulk of the budget goes towards compensation of employees. While they did not give us information in the APP or in the presentation, according to the E&E, there's an establishment of 109 employees for this financial year. The CGE has 4 strategic outcomes. Outcome 4, which is the outcome focusing on the operations and systems of the Commission, continues to receive the largest proportion of the budget. While there's been a nominal rand change between the 2 financial years of approximately 9.3 million, when we take into account inflation, the real rand change in allocation is 5 million rand. If we look at the table below. So in the previous financial year, there was an allocation of just over 100 million. And then for this financial year, there's an allocation of 94 million. If we look at the 4 different objects, so for outcome 1, an enabling legislative environment, there's an allocation of 12.2 million. For the outcome looking at gender equality promoted through information and education, there's an allocation of 34.8 million. For outcome 3, looking at monitoring and research investigations, it's an allocation of 7.5 million. And then outcome 4, which is the inward looking operational one, it's 39.5 million allocation for this financial year. Just to highlight and remind us that the figures in this table were taken from the E&E. However, we had discovered that the figures reflected in the CGE's APP and what was in the presentation were different. Notwithstanding that, having examined, let me just change that. Having examined the allocations outlined in the E&E, the following can be deduced. That objective 1 consumes 12.9% of the overall budget. Objective 2, 37%. Objective 3, 7.9%, and objective 4, 42% of the budget. So objective 3, which is the one that deals with monitoring and research investigations, receives the smallest allocation. And objective 4, which is the operational one, receives a larger proportion of the budget. When they identified key cost drivers for this financial year, 4.7 million was for travel and accommodation, venues, catering and events, 2.6 million, professional and consulting services, 2 million, that's for auditing, professional and consulting services, admin support was 1.8 million, subscriptions and software, 1.3 million, and then computer services and maintenance, 1.2 million. So in total, they will be spending approximately 4.8 million rand on professional and consulting services, and this accounts for 17% of the goods and services budget. And this was just an outline in terms of the total professional and consulting services fees that are allocated, the 2.1 for audit fees, 1.8 for administrative support, and 930,000 for litigation. There was no detailed information available in terms of the budget allocation per outcome. There was also no information on the current human resource capacity of the CGE in the APP or the presentation. And as indicated, the information that is in this report was from the from National Treasury, from the E&E, which indicated 109 employees for this financial year.
In terms of litigation, the last financial year, they budgeted how much?
I don't know the number off the top of my head. I'll have to go back and check that. I'll just make a note and I'll check that.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, I'll check that and come back with. Looking at the program analysis. So yes, the following section provides an overview of the annual targets related to the 4 outcomes. Overall, the number had remained the same at 26. However, there were significant changes made within strategic outcomes, with the targets being removed or reworded or new ones being introduced. There was no clarity or explanation provided for these changes, and the detail pertaining to targets was lacking. Notwithstanding that, the CGE and the following 4 strategic outcomes, which are outlined below. So outcome 1 is an enabling legislative environment for gender equality. The purpose of this outcome is to evaluate legislation, policies, practices, and mechanisms within public and private institutions and make recommendations to advance the gender transformation agenda. There are 7 targets.
Sorry, Christian?
Yes, Chair?
Let's go back to this outcome 1. How much have they budgeted for?
12.2 million, Chair.
Okay.
12.2 for that one. And they've got 7 targets. The first one is 20 legislative inputs submitted per year. The second one is systemic investigation, 2 systemic investigations conducted and a report thereon. 2 compliance monitoring reports undertaken on the NSP, GBV, SDGs, or any other rights per year. That's a new target that they've introduced. 100% complaints attended to in accordance with the complaints manual versus received. That is another new target that they've introduced. 10 CGE Act, I think it's supposed to be 1, not 10. 1 CGE Act review report submitted. A number of employment equity and GBV in the workplace hearings conducted. 2 legal proposals made to Parliament for new legislation. And so this target isn't actually in the quarterly performance information, but it's there, but it's not in the outputs table. So that was just an extra one that we discovered. And so there are a total of 4 new targets within this strategic outcome. They've removed a number of targets which members had raised concerns about. The first one was the 40 courts monitored and report thereof, the monitoring of police stations and TCCs, the CGE Act amendment bill submitted to the relevant authority, and then a CGE bill initiated and submitted to the relevant authority. So those were the 4 that they had removed under outcome 1.
Chair, can I just check something, please?
Okay.
In terms of the removed targets, Chair, if, like, for instance, we had engaged on the report and we had expressed concerns around that, does it still mean that we are still proceeding with the report as is, and having expressed as a committee the concern around the removal of these targets? I know that they are yet to send an addendum, but do we take it as targets that are standing as removed, even though we had engaged around that issue?
Yeah, we, for now, we are going to express our, the committee, that view in the committee consensus, né? And make recommendations. But in terms of what they've submitted in their, what they've written in according to their APP, we need to write it like that, but make our own observations and our recommendations in the and make our own recommendations, and then that will then allow them to change according to what the portfolio committee has recommended. So what they've written in the APP, it must reflect as they have written.
Oh, okay, Chair. Thanks, Captured.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I'll continue. Yeah, just also to add to that, when we get to observations and recommendations, that is covered under that. But obviously, we can still add more if needed. So then outcome 2, which is gender equality promoted and protected through information, education, investigations, and litigations. The purpose of this objective is to conduct advocacy initiatives and public education interventions in the promotion of public understanding of gender equality and access to gender justice. There are 5 annual targets for this outcome. The first one, let me just make this now, there's 7. My apologies, I'm just looking at the total here. The first one is 24 communication initiatives conducted for the public. The second one is 36 gender and development workshops conducted on CBOs, media, NGOs, and leaders per year. The third one is 18 gender mainstream sessions conducted within the public and private sector for the year. Next is 72 community radio education and outreach sessions conducted for the year. The next is 108 public education outreach sessions conducted for communities per year. And the last one is 36 stakeholder engagements with like-minded institutions. So this target they presented as a new one, but it was actually in the 2021-22 annual performance plan as well. In terms of outcome 3.
Chair, through you. So, I think you said 7, but actually there's 6.
The 6. My apologies, Ms. Machezi. Thank you for that.
Okay.
Yeah. Outcome 3, which is monitoring and research investigations on issues that undermine the attainment of gender equality and women's empowerment conducted. So the purpose of this outcome is to identify and monitor key issues that impact on gender equality, evaluate contributions by role players to gender equality, and make recommendations to promote.
Crystal?
Yes, Chair.
Because you said there are 7 and there are 6, maybe you need to double check with your notes.
Yes, Chair.
If there's nothing that you have omitted.
Yes, Chair. What I'm going to do after this is I'm just going to go to all, just to make sure that we've captured everything and the numbers are right.
All right.
Or everywhere. I will go back to all of them just to make sure that we've captured everything. Because even here it says there's 4 annual targets and we've only got 3 listed here. So yeah. I will go back. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm not going to change it now. I'm just going to
just highlight it. Yeah.
I'm going to highlight it so that when I go back, I can just double check that.
Okay.
So the targets for this one is 6 gender equality research reports published for the year, 6 planned research projects conducted, and 6 research reports disseminated through other initiatives, either policy brief, media dialogue, etc. And then this they identify as a new target. And then there are a number of reports or a number of targets, excuse me, that they had removed under this outcome. So the first one was the report on the country's compliance or CGE's influence on compliance with regional or international instruments. The second one is 100% annual research agenda initiatives implemented. The third one is 100% research recommendations from previous financial years followed up and a report thereon, and then also the 2 policy dialogues. Then the last outcome is outcome 4, which is an efficient, effective, and sustainable organization that promotes good corporate governance. The purpose of this outcome is to build and sustain efficient and effective organizational systems, operations, and governance processes for the optimal performance of the institution in executing its mandate. So they've listed 11 targets, and if members remember, all of them were new. I'm not going to go through all of them, but we had questioned a number of them as well, but these are the 11 targets that they had introduced as new targets for this outcome. The following targets, we're not sure whether they were discontinued or amended because some of them seemed kind of similar to the new targets in wording, but these are the ones that effectively were discontinued from the in the new APP. So the first one was 75% implementation of defined organizational effectiveness systems. The next one was 100% audit action plan of previous financial year implemented. Then a costed business plan submitted to Treasury for funding. 100% risk mitigation plan implemented. 75% implementation of the business model as per defined criteria. 4 update reports on the implementation of the tracking tool. This is the next one, I think. 10 strategic partners engaged and a report thereof. 100% expenditure on planned improvement initiatives, maintaining a 5% vacancy rate. 4 training and development initiatives conducted, and 100% compliance with legislative requirements in the compliance universe. So that then that covers the overview of all 3 entities, APPs and budgets. Should I move to the observation section now, Chair? As I indicated, I will go back and just check that all the numbers are correct in terms of the targets.
Well, sorry to interrupt you. Before you go, on page 24, it's definitely million. So you just need to add the word million there. I know. Okay. I just wanted to make sure and double check, but it's on program 2, it's 277 million.
Okay. On page 24.
Yeah.
So this is 277 million.
Thank you.
Okay. Then I'll just go back to observations. Okay. Chair, should I continue?
I think yes, you may continue, Crystal.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Masika.
Yeah, Crystal, you can go continue with the observations.
Okay.
You honorable members, I've seen a terrible video here. Okay, continue.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So the observations are also in 3 parts. Firstly, the department, then the NYDA, and then the CGE. So the first part, looking at the observations for the department. So under general matters, we have the committee commended the department on changing their mandate by reverting back to the old one. However, the committee noted with concern that there was no explanation for the change in mandate, and clarity was sought in that regard. The committee was concerned that targets of the department are not smart and do not give effect to its mandate. The targets in their current form would impede conducting effective oversight on the department. The committee agreed to the department to tabling an erratum to the APP, given the numerous concerns raised, and asked when it would be tabled to Parliament. The committee was concerned about the role of the department in the last 4 years, which is not clear in the annual performance plan. The committee queried what happened to outstanding targets that were not met in the 2022-23 financial year, and if this had an impact on the 2023-24 APP. There was a lack of integration. The committee was concerned about the lack of integration and coordination between programs within the department, as well as the lack of synergy between the NYDA and the department. especially in relation to program 4 of the department. The department also the committee also inquired whether recommendations made by the AG pertaining to the audit action plan were implemented and requested a progress report on the matter. The next observation was in relation to organizational redesign, structural changes and merger implications. The committee was also concerned about the merging of the youth and disabilities, which is added into one program, and having discussed this issue at length with the department and the National Treasury in 2022. Then poor visibility and awareness of the department. The committee was concerned about the visibility of the department in provinces, local municipal levels, and within communities. The committee was also concerned about the lack of understanding of the department's mandate by its staff complement. As such, the committee questioned whether this lack of a clear understanding leads the department not effectively implementing its mandate. Then just looking at the observations for Program 1, Administration, in terms of human resources, the committee noted that there are additional 18 vacancies within the department and questioned what positions and level of such vacancies. To this end, the committee noted that the APP lacked the requisite detail about human resourcing in the department, for example, the number of vacancies. The committee requested an organogram that outlined the structure, position, function, and associated employee. The use of consultants. The committee was concerned that the budget allocated to use of consultants has increased and requested more clarity on the issue. In terms of governance and accountability, the committee noted that the issues raised in the Fluxman's report, an investigation into conduct of officials within the department in 2014, was still happening in 2023. This was concerning, and thus the committee questioned whether the recommendations contained in the report were ever implemented. To this end, the committee was also concerned that the same people implicated in the report are still working in the department and appear to be embroiled in questionable conduct again.
Chair, through you, when I was reading the report, I think when when it comes to CGE, not with CGE, the department, I think when it comes to the consultants, we asked them about the consultants and they did give us response on why they're using consultants. And I didn't see anywhere in the report where we are stating that, you know, there are responses on that with regard to consultants.
But I think, Chair, over and above that, we had requested them that they give us a breakdown of the exact consultants, why they are using them, and also the amounts that are being committed to each and every consultant. And that report is yet to come.
Yeah, and so Masiko, what you just said now, in response to what Honorable Machesi is raising, I think it must reflect on our recommendations that they need to submit a breakdown on the use of consultants. You know, I wanted to ask you, Crystal, how much are they using for consultants? Have they budgeted for consultants? Because I saw with a CGE, you have written the amounts, and with the department, I didn't see whether they've reflected how much are they going to use, how much have they budgeted for consultants?
Chair, we did put that under the budget and under the different programs. So it's,
okay.
I think it's 19.5
Maybe
million.
I missed it.
Okay. It's 19.5, Chairperson.
Okay,
Yes,
Chair. Yes, Chair, you know, I understand what Honorable Maseko is saying. I think it is good that we get a report that outlines it. But if you look at the minutes of that meeting, they did give us, at least I think we should have on the report what they have said they're using consultants for. Just briefly, just to say, okay, this is how they responded. And yet we still believe as a committee that they need to give us a more substantive and more elaborate report on that.
Agreed, Chair.
Chair, if I may.
Okay.
So I'm not sure in recommendations. When we get to that, I'll just see what's there. If it doesn't capture everything, then I will liaise with Neliswa, and just in terms of what was minuted, we can add it in terms of the response. We'll add that part.
You know what? I think what Honorable Machesi has said. Let her WhatsApp it to Neliswa, so that at least you are able. So
Okay.
that must not make your work difficult.
Okay, thank you.
No, Msa, is it okay, ne?
Yes, that's fine, Chair.
Okay.
Okay. So then in terms of policy and law reform, the committee was concerned that the Disability Rights Bill has not been prioritized in 2023-24 as it did not feature as a target in the APP at all. To this end, the committee questioned how the department would account on what has been done with regards to the Disability Bill, as this was a priority identified in the strategic plan. The committee sought clarity about the 5 pieces of legislation developed by the department in the 6th Parliament as a strategic priority and the associated timeframes. The committee also questioned how realistic the department was tabling new legislation before the end of the 6th administrative term. The committee also questioned whether the South African Law Reform Commission has drafted a discussion paper on the Disability Rights Bill. The committee was not satisfied with the department's response for not having developed the Disability Rights Bill and blaming the delay on the South African Law Reform Commission and the Department of Justice. The department was reminded that it would be the custodian of the proposed bill and as such had to take the lead and responsibility in that regard, as it did with the development of the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Bill. In terms of the wage bill, the committee questioned how the department intends tracking progress made with regards to the Women Empowerment and Gender Equality Bill, given that it is no longer a KPI in the APP. The lack of a target in this regard was noted with concern, as there was a disjuncture between what the political principles envisaged versus what appears as targets for 2023-24 in the APP. So before I go on to the next program, so we'll make the necessary additions where necessary, Chair. Excuse me. Then around program 2, mainstreaming women's rights and advocacy. The first observation there was around economic empowerment, the interventions. The committee was not satisfied with interventions such as, for example, workshops, conferences, etc., as measures for empowering women economically. The committee made it clear such interventions would not lead to the economic empowerment of women on its own, and therefore questioned the value of such once-off events. To this end, the committee was concerned that it would not be able to monitor the impact of such events to determine whether the department enables the economic empowerment of women. The committee questioned what was the department's action plan to unblocking the supply chain opportunities, example, procurement of officers, and questioned if the department had any strategy to deal with this. In terms of sanitary dignity, the committee was concerned that the development of reports on sanitary dignity program was an inadequate and weak target as it does not reflect the intended mandate of the department. In addition, the department's focus on WASH and sexual reproductive health as a service delivery department deviated from the department's mandate, which ought to be focused on monitoring and evaluation, coordination, and advocacy. The committee reiterated once again the target should reflect the department's mandate. In terms of gender-based violence and femicide, rapid response teams, the committee requested more information on the establishment of rapid response teams, as there was little to no evidence of this based on the committee's oversight to 4 provinces. The existing RRT in KwaZulu-Natal was employed by an NGO whose funding was coming to an end, and the municipality had not incorporated the teams into their structures. The committee questioned what the department was doing to ensure that police officials deal with cases of abuse and the murder of women. In terms of the Women's Economic Assembly, the committee also questioned how women are going to benefit from the progress reports produced by the department on the establishment of the Women's Economic Assembly in provinces. To this end, the committee queried the value of the department producing reports based on reports that WECONA would generate, having established itself in 4 provinces. The committee saw no value in producing reports based on other reports. The committee welcomed a target focused on WECONA, but noted that the target lacks specifics. As such, the committee wanted to know what is the department's role in all of the WECONA key areas, such as steel, poultry, and agriculture, Secondly, the committee asked how the department would be creating an enabling environment in its key role of coordination. The committee requested the department's program of action for each area of Wekona. The committee was concerned that key priorities with regard to advancing the well-being and empowerment of women was not reflected in the APP and questioned how then the committee was going to monitor these priorities when they do not appear in the APP. In terms of program 3, the monitoring, evaluation, research and coordination, the committee questioned whether the department is aware of the abuse of young boys, as these issues are not mentioned in the APP. The committee was concerned that there's no mention of collaboration with other government departments, such as the Department of Basic Education, Higher Education, to ensure that young people benefit from programs of government departments within the APP. The committee questioned whether the department was engaging with other government departments and municipalities to assess the uptake of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. In terms of program 4, firstly, sub-program dealing with advocacy and measuring the rights of youth. The committee questioned the nature of the relationship between the department and the NYDA, especially program 4, youth development, in terms of linking programs and projects, as this was not apparent in the APP. The committee was also concerned by the department's oversight role over the National Youth Development Agency as a target and requested clarity on the matter. This concern has been raised numerous times with the department, but it appears as if no heed was taken of the recommendation to amend the target. The committee was also concerned that there were no new innovation and creative initiatives by the department in the APP, which could serve as a benefit for the country's youth. Then in terms of the...
Crystal,
yes,
I
Chair?
think there's something that is missing. I don't know whether it's covered. Remember, the other thing that was of concern is that they don't have a program on reaching out to young people.
Okay, we can add
which
that.
they acknowledge, and they said they will do it.
Okay.
Namsa?
Okay, I think it is somewhere in the report at the bottom.
Okay.
I think it is included. I think
Under youth.
Yes, it's under
It
youth.
must reflect on the youth.
Yes, because it was. I remember we're saying that they need to have. Actually, there are 2 points that are added on it. I think what I remember is that the radio, like they must use radio services to be able to reach out to the youth and also to the disabled. I think it is in the report, Chair. Somewhere.
If you remember, about the radio, I think it was the NYDA.
That was in relation to the NYDA. And
yes.
Yeah, it wasn't in relation to the department.
It's NYDA.
Okay, thank you.
I specifically asked them a question. Remember when the Dr. Benjamin Penis, when I was raising the issue, which we don't see their targets are not smart. One of the things that I've raised in that meeting was we're not even sure what are they doing in terms of reaching out to young people. They don't have a specific program to reach out to young people of South Africa. And it was based on the comment that I made that, remember, you guys, you are doctors, you were not expecting you to be having targets that are meaningless to young people. You need to have programs that will reach out to young people. What is it that you're saying to young people, except that 4 reports of NYDA? Are they their targets? Does it mean they want to tell us that they are going to report on the transfers that they are making to NYDA? And then she commented and said, Chair, it's like my qualifications are a thorn in your head and what. And Honorable Sheriff and Honorable Mam Kaula came back on her. And after that, I directly moved to how do they reach out to young people as a Department of Youth? So I remember it vividly because I was having a concern that they don't have a specific program on reaching out to young people as a Department of Youth.
Yeah, it's true, Chair. I remember now.
Mm.
Yes, Chair. Ngangokuthi
Chair, I've just added in one line
Yeah.
there. I don't know if
Yeah,
that,
right.
does that suffice?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Then just the sub-program on disability. So around M&E of disability frameworks, the committee noted with concern the lack of key performance indicators on monitoring and evaluation on frameworks pertaining to disability and questioned what officials in the program were doing. Around awareness campaigns, the committee questioned the purpose of 2 reports reduced on awareness raising campaigns of disability. The committee was not satisfied with that target. And then in terms of advocacy manuals, the committee inquired about the nature, content, and purpose of the advocacy manuals and the intended audience, as this was not specified in the APP. The committee also asked whether these manuals would require training for implementation. So that then are the key observations in relation to the department.
I think the other thing that was raised in that meeting with regards to disability was whether they do have a working relationship with other disability organizations. I think one of the members did ask that in the meeting. It was that, and on how do they monitor? Yeah, I think that's one. You monitor. How do they monitor other departments in terms of implementation of policy and ensuring that persons with disabilities are benefiting economically to programs of other departments? I think that's another one that we asked them, because there was nothing about them having a program or anything regarding empowerment of persons with disability, except Wekona. Remember, Wekona is not their program, it's a forum. It's us who ask them how do they coordinate and ensure that women benefit economically in other government projects and entities. So I think this one also of them not having a clear, I don't know whether it is strategy or what, of how do they monitor empowerment of persons with disability economically in all government institutions. I think that's what was raised. I don't know but there's a member who raised that.
Chair, through you, the other thing that I think, I don't know if I mentioned it as well, it was the employment equity of people of disability, living with disability. Like, how do they monitor that and where they are at with that?
Yeah.
So if that can also be added.
Is Sheriff in the meeting?
She was. She's here, yeah.
Yeah, your silence is too loud.
I'm sorry, Chair. I'm trying to do so many things at once, but I'm here, Chair.
Okay. Kero, are you in the meeting?
Chair, I'm here. I'm just waiting. You know me. I'm
Your
waiting
silence
for you.
is too loud.
No, I'm waiting for you to allow us to question, not to disrupt or interject.
Okay. Crystal, please,
Chair.
economic empowerment, there's an E that you need to insert.
Yes, Chair, I'm going to go back then. I just wanted to finish the sentence.
Now you write evacuated
I'm gonna
instead of evaluated.
I'm gonna fix it, Chair.
Now you write in Afrikaans.
I'm going too fast for myself. So I was just to check whether that one is okay. The committee was concerned about how the department monitored and evaluated the economic empowerment of persons with disabilities in the absence of a clear strategy.
Yeah.
Is
But
that
with the one of employment equity, I thought that you would also put the one of employment equity, or yeah.
Yes, Chair, I was so busy. I was going to type that one next. I just want to check, Ms. Machisi, did you say within other government departments or just in general?
I think within the department, and yeah, I think also should be just in general, really.
Okay.
But maybe if you want to be more
specific,
specific, maybe we should say within, the government entities and also in the private sector. Yes.
Okay. Is that fine?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And then next are the observations for the NYDA. Do I continue?
The observations with the NYDA, yeah, continue.
Okay. So in terms of the NYDA, the committee made the following observations: general matters. The committee welcomed the APP, its prompt tabling, and the manner in which the reporting has improved, and the implementation of prior recommendations made by the committee. The committee requested more information on targets that were removed or discontinued, as the APP did not provide the requisite detail in this regard. The NYDA is commended for its dedicated inclusion of youth with disabilities into its programs. The committee queried whether any improvements were made to the NYDA Charter of 2019, as no mention has been made of this in the APP under review. The committee also noted with concern that there is no target on the performance of board members or any reflection of their work in provinces. This was identified as a gap in the APP that would need to be addressed. The committee noted with concern the manner in which the chairperson of the board was prepared to accommodate board members not at the venue, and this was problematic as it had the potential of being viewed as nepotism, which could lead to strained working relations. The committee inquired about the relationship between the NYDA and the Department of Small Business, especially around the She Trade program of the DTI. The committee noted that the program could assist young women in rural areas and should be explored by the NYDA. The committee also requested the NYDA to explain the regulatory burdens that do not support young people. The committee was concerned about the accessibility of the NYDA and questioned whether they measured this value. The committee was concerned about how the NYDA would realize the fourth IR when there is a challenge of network, especially in rural areas, thereby disadvantaging youth living in rural areas. Hence, the committee questioned how the NYDA would ensure that the network coverage in rural areas would increase, as this would be a priority to further advance the development of youth. the committee inquired.
Just hold, Crystal, you know, when you are reading about the NYDA, I remember the other concern that we raised with the department regarding youth is how do they advocate for young people in the rural areas to access internet. I even made a recommendation that they should coordinate or collaborate, have programs with the Department of Communications, so that the Department of Communications do have a program for rural areas. I remember. You remember that one?
Yes, Chair. So do you want me to add that in with the department?
Yeah, with the department, because it's important that young people in rural areas are struggling with internet and network. So how is the Department of Women ensuring that a Department of Communication does something in the rural areas for young people to access internet?
Chair, when Crystal's that one there, the committee concerned by the department's oversight role, I actually think that should form part of the committee observations and not necessarily the NYDA observations, only because it wasn't in the NYDA's.
Yes, it was the department, not NYDA.
Right. And then
Chair, right in the NYDA, it was the department.
No, Chair, I went back. This is the department. This is under the department.
Yeah. Yes, under the department. Yeah. Those were the things most that we I raised with Dr. Penis.
Yeah. Yes, and then if you go down to back to the NYDA, you speak about accessibility, Crystal. It's and then you speak about value. I don't think it's too clear on what we mean.
I also saw that sentence, Ms. Sharif. I'm also not sure where. The committee was concerned about the accessibility of the NYDA and questioned whether they measured this value. I'm not.
I remember, Chair, I remember the issue with this one. It was particularly because they were saying that they are unable to fill certain positions that have been there, and then we're concerned to say, like, you know, how is it possible? Because, like, you know, that you're unable to when you have such a high unemployment. So is it possible that you're not really accessible as the NYDA? I think that's where it came in from.
Okay, but then maybe I should
I think here our concern was that NYDA has got I don't know whether it's 15% vacancies. Is it NYDA?
Yes,
which
yes,
was of concern to us, and we said to them, the NYDA can't have so many vacancies when young people of South Africa are unemployed. I don't know how to put it, but I think that observation was regarding unfilled vacancies. 15% of unfilled vacancies by NYDA.
So I think that could be a separate point. I think with the accessibility one, We also spoke about, and the NYDA said that they, need to do better with signage and accessibility to offices for people with young people with disabilities, as well as rural young people accessing the offices. If I'm mistaken, I apologize, but that's how I remember it.
I am not sure if we said that to NYDA, because remember, when we're in Mpumalanga, the offices of NYDA, they are accessible. But I'm not sure if there were provinces where we had the concern, but their offices are not accessible, except CGE. The CGE, that's where we raise issues of concern mainly regarding their accessibility to communities. Their offices not being accessible to communities where they are located, one, but others are closed and not working. And with the reasons that they were saying, I think CGE was mainly affected by that observation. So with NYDA, my memory is not reminding me some of those things, but if there was something that was raised, then we can put it, but let's put it correctly. But I don't remember it with NYDA. I remember it with CGE.
Chair, I did bring it up around the the signage of Mpumalanga. Remember when?
Yes, signage, I remember it.
There was no
In
sign.
fact, it's not in Mpumalanga only. Remember, even KZN. There was no signage.
Can I come in, Chair?
Yes, Honorable Bonnie.
No, I think in terms of accessibility, when you remember the KZN, it was central. The challenge of going up to the floor where they were was also a challenge. And in terms of when there's load shedding, I think those were the areas that we touched on to say how do people now come up there, and also having their own kind of signage where they were. But in terms of centrality in town, it was accessible. They even showed us that there's a taxi rank or something nearby. But in terms of accessing the office itself, up there was a challenge that we raised. Thanks, Chair.
Bonnie, ubuaka eya ko Mpumalanga or KZN?
The KZN.
Was there signage in KZN? I don't remember it. Because I think
no, there was no signage. That's what,
I remember there was no signage.
There was no signage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And even in the Northwest, was there signage in Northwest?
I think the only clear signage that we had was the Mpumalanga trip, Chair.
Yeah.
Chair, so I've amended the sentence. I just want to check whether it's okay like this. The committee was concerned about the accessibility of the NYDA for young people with disabilities and those living in rural areas. The committee also raised concern about a lack of signage to identify NYDA offices.
Okay.
Okay,
English-speaking people, assistants, if it's captured correct.
Yeah, I think it's fine. I think it's fine. My English is not good anyways. Chair, the other thing that I also wanted to ask, that I see that it was not included, was our concern regarding the vouchers that are not utilized by people with disabilities. Do you remember they were saying that, like, they've got the vouchers that are available, but they're not being utilized? I don't know if
From
it was
NYDA, ne?
I think it was NYDA, yes.
Yeah.
Um,
I remember that one name about.
It is captured on page 51 later on, where it says the NYDA should advertise the voucher program more vigorously to ensure that the young people are aware of it. To this end, the NYDA should also utilize the radio station, and then it speaks about giving people with disabilities access. I don't know if but that's in particular related to the voucher
Is
program.
it?
I'll
But
just go
must
really
reflect
quickly.
on the observations.
It's in the recommendations, Chair, not in the observations. Yeah.
Okay, so then we need to add it.
Yeah, it must be in the observations because it's there in the recommendation.
Yes, Chair.
I just want to see what if there's a specific heading, or is it just in general? Tasneem,
Let me look. I'll have a look now. Let's see. Otherwise, we can just slot it in the.
Oh, I see number 5. The NYDA should advertise the voucher program more vigorously. So it's not under a specific heading. So maybe we could just then also put it under the general.
Yeah.
Okay, let me just go back there. I'll just add it in after this one. So
maybe it was accessible and inclusive to for persons with disabilities. I think that should cover it and enough. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that was, we were on this, we had finished this bullet around the network coverage. If I can just then quickly go back to the one that I added in under the department. So it was this one. The committee was concerned about the lack of outreach initiative to engage young people. And then also the committee questioned what the department was doing to enhance access for young people living in rural areas, particularly as they were disadvantaged by network challenges.
Okay.
Is that fine, Jay? For the department, not for the NYDA?
Yeah, for the department. Yeah.
And then the recommendation will be around the department, for the Department of Communications.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me just get back to the NYDA. We had completed this bullet. The next one was the committee inquired whether NYDA was aware of youth who studied and worked abroad who died in those countries, but the families in South Africa had challenges bringing the bodies back home to be buried. Then the committee queried whether the NYDA was aware of drug lords and taverns operating in universities and whether these establishments, as it was an area of concern affecting youth that required attention. I think we just need to fix the sentence. I'm just going to say universities, operating in universities.
Why do you say drug lords?
It's not me that said it.
It's drugs that are sold in universities.
Yeah.
Because drug lords, it's the how do we put it? But it's drugs that are sold in universities.
Maybe the distribution.
It's not the bosses.
Yes, of the
distribution of drugs.
Chair, through you on this particular point, you know, we had cases in Forte where students were, you know, coming back during the weekends, were being raped, and one was killed outside of the institution. So the university students were actually saying that there has to be a way, you know, of course they want to be entertained and all that, that there has to be a way that a university can allow that, you know, there has to be, the entertainment should be in the premises, because, you know, when they go outside, then, you know, basically
Hayibo.
tagged
No,
and all that.
Nje.
No, Chair, it's actually an issue. It is actually an issue. So how do we, the thing is this, I can understand, we're mentioning it as an issue, but what recommendations do we have in those kind of cases whereby students, they say, we cannot go out, we cannot, go to restaurants and come back because we are attacked outside of the institutions. What recommendation can we bring as as a committee to institution to say, how do they handle this situation? So, like in a sense, like, how should this be regulated? I'm not talking about drugs. I'm talking about like, entertainment. Obviously, entertainment comes with alcohol. But I think, instead of like asking NYDA, I think we as a committee, we must not only, say, what are you doing about it? But what should our recommendations be? Because it is an issue. I mean, our young people, they go out for a fact, as soon as they get to universities, they want to go out for entertainment during weekends, but how are they protected? So, what recommendation in those particular universities, like Forte universities, whereby, the environment outside of the university is not safe, especially for women. So I just think maybe something that we should ponder on at some stage and see how we can bring recommendations.
Yeah, think of how, think of the recommendation norms so that from your previous portfolio committee, what was the thinking of members in terms of that? For now, I don't know what to say. I don't know other members. Do they have a suggestion or an opinion? So that
from my side, Chair, I think it's a very tricky or a serious issue that really needs not just the NYDA or our committee, but also involvement and engagement with the education committee or department in terms of what measures can be put in place, because also allowing such entertainments for those who don't really go for entertainment, it ends up also putting their lives at risk. So it's a two-pronged kind of a matter, but it needs serious and critical, or let me say serious engagements from all concerned, as we know that they fall within the higher education area. But I think, and with us and everybody involved, trying to come with a workable solution in saying how do we protect the young people or the students at university, those who want to have fun. And at some stage, it will also have to get a go-ahead from their parents, because some parents don't even know that some of the kids are all out there entertaining themselves while they send money. So it will take time, but I think that will be my proposal, engagement with the relevant committees or departments as well. Thanks, Chair.
Maybe we can say the NYDA should look at the issue together with a Department of Women and a Department of Higher Education and other relevant stakeholders.
Yes, I support that. Maybe that's what we should put in there. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Chair, if I might, so I'll add that in the recommendations then. I'm not going to, because here I just want to know whether this is okay. I've restructured the sentence, so the committee queried whether the NYDA was aware of the distribution of drugs and alcohol in institutions of higher learning. Taverns operate in many universities. This is an area of concern affecting youth that required attention. And then as a recommendation, we could say the NYDA must look at the issue in conjunction with the Department of Women, Disabilities, and also
Department of Higher Education
and other relevant stakeholders.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I think maybe, Chair, we can also maybe say that, the committee is also aware, you can say, however, the committee is also aware of cases whereby students have, women have been in danger because of, I don't know, maybe I would like us to just say that there is also a concern from our side, as much as we are concerned about taverns within the universities, but we are also aware that there are cases whereby students are attacked outside of the university premises who go out for entertainment. So therefore, we're thinking that NYDA must collaborate with us and the different stakeholders, and also the Department of Higher Education. I just want to add that we are also, it has been brought to attention that there is a problem as well.
Again, the other problem is rapes that are happening at universities.
Chair, I just want to ask how much of what we're talking about should actually fall within the department and not necessarily the NYDA, because the department should be collaborating with other stakeholders and other departments like the Department of Education, the SAPs.
Masiko can share for me. I'm going to...
And so forth. Honorable Masiko, through you, Acting Chair, that's what I think maybe we need to look at, is instead of maybe giving this to the NYDA, you put it to the department to look at these sort of youth issues, because we also don't want to stray too far from the NYDA mandate. Thank you, Honorable Masiko.
Ms. Masiko, if I may. Honorable Masiko.
I think you might continue. We are here.
Thank you. No, I just want to also check. I think I hear what members are saying, but I think as much as it's important, I think we also need to be wary of what, because this is a reflection of the discussions that we had at the meeting. So I'm just, members can correct me if I'm wrong, but I just want to know whether did we have those discussions and make those recommendations during the meetings? Because I'm just not sure whether we can include, if we didn't discuss some of them around during the meetings. I don't know, Neliswa can give me guidance in terms of whether we can include it.
Through you, Chair Crystal, I think you're right. It was not discussed. The reason why I just brought it on because, like, I thought maybe that's something that we have to ponder on as a committee, to be just aware of it. So I think it doesn't necessarily have to be there, but like I think maybe something that in the future that we have to really be aware of as a committee, and at the same time, find ways. We cannot, because it cannot be the responsibility of NYDA. This has to be, it goes across, and I think we should look at it in such manner that, like, it affects many departments and it needs to be pondered upon in the future.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Mashizena. I'll make a note of that we keep it on the agenda and explore the issue, and then, but I don't, for now, we won't include it in this document per se, if that's in order. Can I continue then with the rest of the recommendation or the observations there? So then the committee was concerned that the NYDA was not comparing South Africa with other African countries with regard to youth unemployment challenges, and encouraged the agency to look to the continent for regional answers and areas of best practice as well. The committee also requested more clarity on the over-regulation of the business sector. And then in terms of board attendance, the committee noted with concern that only 2 apologies for board members were submitted in the committee meeting, while 3 board members were absent, and inquired about the 3rd board member who was not in the meeting. The attendance at the committee meetings was noted as an important opportunity for the board to account on the activities individually and as a collective. Then in terms of collaboration with the department, the committee inquired about the working relationship with the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, especially the youth branch, in terms of how coordinate issues related, in terms of how to coordinate issues related to skills development, training, lobbying, and advocating for issues relating to young people. The committee saw this as an area that needed to be strengthened. The committee also noted that the NYDA has a very good strategy in sourcing donor funding and inquired if they could assist the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities and the CGE by sharing best practice in that regard. The committee questioned whether the NYDA linked with what areas of the Women's Economic Assembly that the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities intended working on. The committee identified this as an area of collaboration with a focus on young women, including young women with disabilities. In terms of finance, the committee noted the NYDA indicated related to 250 million rand sourced for the 2023-24 financial year was not equally distributed in terms of what the target for collection would be per quarter and requested more information on this. The committee sought clarity about the interest of 16 million rand accrued. The concern expressed by the committee was that if the interest accrued was on account of money,
Take out in the money, Crystal.
the money, yes.
Yeah. And the
The
word
concern, excuse me, Tasneem?
and the word timelessly, I think when you read it, then it will make sense, but read it and then you'll see.
Okay. The concern expressed by the committee was that if the interest accrued was on account of money that has not been allocated timelessly, as this would disadvantage youth in need of funding.
I think put a comma after timelessly, then it will read better.
Okay. So let me just read it again. The concern expressed by the committee was if the interest accrued was on account of money that has not been allocated timelessly, as this would disadvantage youth in need of funding. The committee was reassured and relieved.
Sorry, Chair. Sorry, Chair. It's Ma'am Sonti.
Ma'am Sonti, you may continue, but members, let's also mind time. You may continue.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to put to have some input on that issue of the students and the universities. Also, we must talk about the security also in those universities, because also they are in danger. More especially in that University of Fort Hare as we speak. Yeah, the security there, they are not safe at all. They are being killed by those unknown people. So I think the security must be, or the security department must be the part also in this safety of the universities in large. Thank you so much, Chair.
Okay.
Noted, Ma'am Sonti. You may continue with your
Thank you,
presentation.
Honorable Piri. So the next one was just to finish that sentence, the committee was reassured and relieved that funds are disbursed without delay and interest accrued is channeled back into programs that benefit youth. Let me just fix the sentence. The committee noted that the NYDA earned interest over a 12-month period, and that was the forecast amount projected in the APP. The committee also sought clarity on project management fees earned from donors. The committee was satisfied with the explanation provided by the NYDA in this regard. In terms of vacancies, the committee noted that the NYDA improved on the number of its vacancies from 85 in the last year to 52 and asked by when these would be filled. The committee also inquired whether the 52 posts are funded or unfunded. The committee asked which of the 52 vacancies are critical and what type of specialists are required as per the vacancy list. The committee queried what the difference was between critical and specialist posts. Then in terms of the different programs, for program 1, the value of funds, the committee noted that 250 million had been allocated for the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative for 2023-24, and no funding will be allocated after this year for the program, and had questioned how this would affect the overall service rendered by the NYDA. The committee acknowledged the value of the PYEI and thus was concerned with a significant decrease in funding in this regard and what the impact would be once funding was not renewed.
Hi, Crystal.
Yes.
Chair, I don't know if Chair is back. I
I'm
think
back.
Okay, yes, the sentence where you said the committee acknowledged the value of the PEYE and that was concerned with the, I think it has to be the non-funding of it, because now you say that it's not funded in the future, but now you say the significant decrease in funding. But I think it has to be with a non-funding of the program in this regard, that the impact will be once, what will the impact be once the fund was not renewed? Do you understand what I'm saying? Because you're saying
Okay.
that, yeah.
So we noted the 250 million has been allocated and
Just a quick one from my side, Crystal, while you're amending that, Chair, if we can just state that the NYDA has been getting this payment for, I think it's been the last 2 financial years, if I'm not mistaken, and
Yes,
this is now the last payment of it, just like the Council of GBVF, they were given 5 million over 3 years, for 3 years, 15 million over 3 years, and so we just need to make it clear that we've known that it was only going to be for a certain amount of time, and we just need to make that clear. Thank you.
Yeah, for me, it's just the semantics. It's just, you know, just making sure that, like, you know, it actually makes sense and collaborates, because you're saying that it's not funded, it's not going to be funded in the future, and yet we're saying that a decrease in funding. So it has to be with that, and okay, the committee acknowledged that the value of the PYEA, and that's what's concerned with the non-funding of this, a significant decrease in funding. No, I don't think you can say a significant decrease. It has to be the non-funding of the program.
I think as much as I think in relation to this financial year, there's still money. So it's a significant decrease in the funding for this financial year. And then the question is, what is the impact will be once the funding is not renewed after this?
Yeah, but I understand what you're saying, but it has to be, yeah, but okay, the statement here. Yeah?
Yes, I want to finish this thing. I want to make this one sentence. The committee acknowledged the value of the PYEI and thus was concerned with a significant decrease in funding for this financial year. That's one sentence, I think. And then I think we could ask
and in that regard, what will the impact once there's no funding? And in this regard, yes.
Yeah.
What will be the impact of non-funding of this program in the future or something like that?
Yeah, Chair, sorry ukungena kanje nami. Sathi nami ngi-confuse njengayo Honorable Machetes. Umbuzo wami mangabe kuthiwa not funding. Kubuye kuvele futhi sangathi ikhona imali ekhona. Ngabe mhlambe abafandiwe ngoba kunemali ekhona
I also share the same sentiments. And if there's a question that says there's no funding, does that imply that there's money that is allocated which is not utilized, or it's a matter of just the wording?
No, it's a matter of wording. I can value that this money, it's not imali vele okufanele ibe lapho, imali abayithole last year ma.
Yes, this money is not money that is supposed to be there. It's money that they received last year and it's going to be there for the next 3 years.
Yeah, so that's why it decreases. When they started, it was 400 and something million. And this time, Banigeze 250, according to what Crystal has written. And then from 400 and something to 250 million, which there's a huge amount that is not there. But it's not imali vele that must be there. So we, as a committee, we know what it's additional money that was given to NYDA through that presidential a youth program.
So Chair, can I just check if it does it read better now? I'll read through both sentences again. So the first one is The committee noted that 250 million has been allocated for the PYEI for 2023-24, and that no further funding will be allocated after this year for the program, and questioned how this will affect the overall service rendered by the NYDA. The committee acknowledged the value of the PYEI and thus was concerned with the significant decrease in funding for this financial year. In this regard, what would be the impact of non-funding of the PYEI program going forward?
Yeah, it's right, because this will assist the NYDA in future. Yeah, that National Treasury and the presidency should consider it, that if this money is no longer allocated in future, it will have a big and a negative impact towards our programs and NYDA that are benefiting the young people of the country. So in fact, we're covering them here.
Yes, Chair. Okay. Then the next one is under Program 2, Operations. The committee requested clarity on Indicator 3 and 4 for Program 2, as it appeared to be very similar, even a duplication. I'll just remove that. The committee inquired about the targets for each service area: service and digital mapping, sports and recreation, arts, culture and entertainment, learner support, social support services, solidarity and care, early childhood development, early learning, food security and child nutrition and community works, revitalization and greening programs. So let me read the sentence again. I'm going to leave all of that out. The committee inquired about the targets for each service area, the provincial allocation for each target, and how will these targets be monitored. In order for the committee to do effective oversight over the NYDA in this regard, more detailed information was required. The committee questioned what the role of the NYDA would be in giving effect to Indicator 3 and 4 if the program via these services were implemented by other arms of government.
Yeah, it's correct.
Okay. Then in terms of Program 1, Economic Development through Youth Entrepreneurship Grants, the committee questioned whether the NYDA monitors beneficiaries who receive funding from the NYDA to ensure that they were utilizing the funds effectively. This concern was in response to the committee's recent oversight visit to Mpumalanga, where beneficiaries who were visited, where some received multiple sources of funding and others with the potential to expand received limited funding. Hence, regular monitoring and evaluation of grants allocated would assist the NYDA to identify not only best practice, but challenges and troubleshooting. The committee queried how the NYDA intends assessing the effectiveness of the market linkages and mentorship program in the year ahead, as these were important areas in which young entrepreneurs needed to be supported. Then the next one is around Subprogram 2, Decent and Sustainable Employment through Jobs Program, Youth with Disabilities. The committee commended the NYDA for improvement made with regards to persons with disabilities and inquired whether the NYDA engaged with the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture in light of the project funded by the NYDA and KZN at a special school with Sports for Change. The committee also commended the NYDA for budgeting for targeted, let's take that out and say targets, for budgeting for targets towards persons with disabilities. The committee was concerned by the number of people with disabilities who own business supported by the NYDA based on what was presented. The National Youth Service. The committee welcomed the NYDA's thorough analysis of the teacher assistant program and indicated that this program needs to be further strengthened. Notwithstanding that, the committee queried what skills are gained by assistant teachers in schools who are given only 3 months to assist at schools. The committee was concerned that if skills acquisition was not linked to tangible outcomes, it would diminish the value of the program. The committee queried whether these school assistants will be absorbed by the Department of Basic Education, as the concern was about the sustainability of these temporary positions. The committee also questioned why the Department of Basic Education was not employing young graduates to assist with homework in schools. The committee was concerned that teacher assistant positions were not sustainable and questioned how the NYDA would ensure that the Department of Basic Education employs these young people on a permanent basis. So those are the observations for the NYDA.
With regards to the teacher assistant program, The concern was okay. No, I'm fine.
Okay.
I see it, notwithstanding that the committee queried that the schools are gained by teachers assistants in schools who are given only 3 months. Okay.
Then the next observations are around the CGE. In terms of the Commission for Gender Equality, the committee's observations were as follows. So firstly, general observations. The committee welcomed the report, but was disappointed by the late submission of the APP, as well as the poor quality thereof. The committee noted with concern that the majority of the targets were not SMART. The committee noted with concern that all the targets planned for in strategic outcome 4 were new, but none of these were coherent. The committee noted with concern the lack of information on human resource in the APP. The committee queried whether CGE had checked which targets were not met in 2022-23 and what should be done in 2023-24. The committee noted with concern that the current APP is largely a cut and paste of the information content in the APP for 2022-23 and sought clarity in this regard. The committee questioned who must be held accountable for the poor quality document. The committee was concerned that the CGE is not committed to their values, vision, and mission, and in turn not providing the respective services to the committee. Then in terms of the late tabling, the committee was concerned that the APP for 2023-24 was not tabled on time in Parliament and requested reasons for the late submission. The committee also questioned who should be held accountable for submitting the APP late to Parliament, given that the CGE had a full complement of commissioners at the time the first and second draft of the APP was due, which meant plenary had to approve it. Furthermore, 5 of the commissioners are not new and hold institutional memory. The committee sought clarity as to why the CGE was not adhering to the timeframes for submitting its APP and budget to government and Parliament when these have been clearly communicated by the DPME, National Treasury, and Parliament. The committee noted that the APP for 23-24 is signed by the deputy chairperson, not the current chairperson of the CGE, and questioned why that was the case. The committee questioned why the CGE tabled the APP knowing that it was not correct and poorly written. This was noted with concern. The committee was concerned about the lack of internal control within the institution, which led to late submission of the APP to Parliament. The committee also wanted to know what are the systems in place to ensure that CGE will not submit APP or any other document late in Parliament as required by law. The committee was also concerned that the CEO attributed the late submission of the APP to Parliament to organizational culture, which absolved her from taking responsibility. The committee was not satisfied with the excuse. The committee was concerned about the regression in performance by the CGE and noted that this will make it difficult for the committee to request additional funding for the CGE to implement their mandate. In terms of finance, the committee was also concerned that the figures in the PowerPoint presentation, the E&E for 2023 and the APP were different and requested clarity on the matter. The committee was concerned that there's no breakdown of the budgetary allocation per strategic outcome. The committee noted with serious concern the lack of financial information in the APP and questioned why there is no detailed information. To this end, the committee questioned how the CEO, CFO, and commissioners approved such an APP. The committee was concerned that CGE forecasted and requested a 94.1 million rand budget from National Treasury for 2023-24, which is very low, and sought an explanation in this regard, given that complaints have always been that the CGE is underfunded. The committee noted 930,000 rand budgeted towards litigation, but was unclear what this was for, given that the legal standing of the CGE had still not been resolved. In terms of outcome 1, legislative submissions, systemic investigations, the committee noted with concern the lack of details around the legislative submissions and systemic investigations it intends undertaking. This paucity of information impedes effective oversight for the committee. In terms of the CGE initiated bill, the continuity of this target in relation to the targets in 2023-24 was unclear. In terms of court, SAPS, and TCC monitoring, the committee noted with concern that the targets related to monitoring and evaluation of police stations and to Drizella care centers, as well as court monitoring, were discontinued and no longer appeared as targets in the APP under review. This was disconcerting to the committee as this was important work for the CGE in terms of gender-based violence and femicide. Hence, the committee questioned how the CGE would be monitoring government departments dealing with gender-based violence. The committee was concerned that the targets and indicators have changed with explanation provided in this, with no explanation provided in this regard. In terms of outcome 2, complaints handling, the committee noted with concern the complete change to the target. The current target did not measure the intended outcome. In terms of stakeholder engagement, it was not clear how the CGE intended measuring the impact of its stakeholder engagements. The committee therefore questioned how the CGE would monitor and evaluate its activities. In terms of awareness raising, the committee was concerned that the awareness programs of the CGE were not reflected in the APP. Outcome 3, the NSP on GBVF and the National Council. The committee inquired about the relationship between the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities and the CGE, and as far as the National Council on Gender-Based Violence Bill is concerned. In terms of treaty compliance and policy briefs, treaty compliance, the committee questioned how the CGE planned to monitor government departments to ensure that international treaties are implemented in the country when the target was discontinued. Outcome 4, the committee noted with concern that all targets from the previous financial year were discontinued and replaced with 11 new targets. In terms of the M&E framework, the committee noted with concern no reference to the M&E framework that was developed in the previous financial year in the current APP, nor was there any target related to it. In terms of the code of conduct, the committee noted that the Commissioner's Handbook and the policy governing relations between commissioners and the administration of the CGE was still incomplete and were not reflected as targets for the current financial year. In terms of human resources, the vacancy rate, the committee was concerned that the target related to vacancy rate had been changed and would not assess progress made. The committee also questioned why the CGE was not aiming at an 8% vacancy rate or below as is common within the public sector. Vacancies, the committee noted the overall lack of information on vacancies and human resource in general in the APP. The committee inquired about the number of vacancies.
Chair, sorry about that. Yes, that one, 638.1 vacancy rate. I think our concern was that, you know, the committee was that it was like the target was 20%. I think we have to write that's what the target, and therefore we asked, why is it that they are not aiming for the 8% rate?
Okay. Is that in order now, Ms. Machezi?
Yes, thank you, Crystal.
Okay. Then the last one was the committee was also concerned that the chief internal auditor was suspended and the committee was not aware of such issue and requested a full report on the matter. Then in terms of consultants, the committee was concerned by the CGE's use of consultants and questioned why the commission was utilizing these services. It brought into question what commissioners and officials were paid to do at work if using consultants being brought in to do the work of the CGE. I think I just need to fix that sentence. I'll go back just now. The committee noted with concern the substantive allocation for the use of consultants is very high. The committee queried how much was paid to consultants for what and how long. In terms of office leases, the committee was concerned that the CGE staff in the Western Cape Province, Cape Town branch have not had an office to work from for 4 months. The committee noted that the lack of office space for the CGE was a disservice to the public in need of services as the offices were closed. The committee questioned and inquired as to when will they engage with the Department of Public Works and with the timelines that have been provided by the Department of Occupational Office in the Western Cape Province. The committee questioned why the CGE had not looked at the lease agreement of the Western Cape CGE provincial offices and was not concerned that there is no office in the province. In terms of legal practice, the committee inquired about the tender issued by the CGE in July 2022 for panel of attorneys, and whether this had any bearing on the legal standing of the CGE with the Legal Practice Council. In terms of the role of commissioners, the committee inquired when new commissioners were given the current handbook, was it signed, and when was it signed? The committee was concerned that the revised commissioners handbook was long overdue and questioned when will this be submitted to the committee. The committee was also concerned about the policy between commissioners and administration that was also incomplete and long overdue. The committee was concerned about commissioner attendance at committee meetings and questioned how plenary is going to ensure that employees account for their work if a commissioner is not respecting Parliament by attending meetings. The committee questioned what action will be taken by the CGE in this regard. The committee asked what is the role of commissioners in giving effect to the entire IPP and what is the plan in relation to this, as this is not reflected in the IPP and the review. As such, the committee questioned how commissioners are to be held to account in this regard. The committee also questioned what members of the committee can expect of commissioners within their constituencies. So those are all the observations, Chair and members. Is there anything else you would like us to add before I continue to the recommendations?
Chair, I don't know if maybe that is something that you wanted to add. I think it was from you regarding the commissioner that is constantly absent, that maybe we should write to the president. I don't know if it's something that maybe you would like to add on this. It is up to you.
It must be added here, the role of commissioners.
Yeah.
Chair?
Chair, I think under bullet 3, I think under bullet 3, it's covered there, but I don't know if you want more detail, Chair.
Yeah.
The committee, what
What
action?
are you saying,
I'm saying the issue around commissioners not attending. Under bullet 3, we've got the committee was concerned about commissioner attendance at committee meetings and questioned how plenary is going to ensure that employees account for their work if a commissioner is not respecting Parliament by not attending meetings. The committee questioned what action will be taken by the CGE in this regard. So I'm saying that bullet there, I think, was intended to cover that particular concern. But if you want more detail, you can tell me what I need to add there.
Okay.
Chair.
Yeah, Mama.
And also we can add their less of respect on the meetings while they are smoking during the meeting, those commissioners. Thank you, Chair.
Manje le izosishaya, that's why. Because bona abayireportanga officially irezwe yithi.
But we must tell them, they must know it's not right. You know, just to warn them, get checked.
Behavior, the conduct of commissioners.
Yes, okay, thank you.
In the importance of e-conduct, I think this thing of them not finalizing their commissioner's handbook, and it's a problem because that's why they can't effect disciplinary procedures because of those gaps. So I think conduct, yeah, but
No, mina Chair ngibona ukuthi buso right ukuthi ngoba abayenzanga official. Secondly, and kwenziwe ngale lalanga mhlambe honorable kanoma isefile nje la kwabazanywa khona ukutshela ukuthi into abayenzayo ayikho right. Ngibona sathi kwakuyiyona i-warning leya yangaphandle kumuntu mayazi yena ukuthi uqondile. Mina okunye bengithi la ngizofuna kugcizelelwe. Kodwa ke ngingazi phela ubuSIGE ibuya anenkinga yemali uthi azikho. Yabona nje kunama province la othothi makhulu mayimakhulu manje office lilodwa. Yabo. njengokuthi like iKZN inama region awu9 i-country nje iyodwa kwayona ozothola ukuthi lama office aka CGE agcina engakwazi ukuthi umuntu okwenye iregion angakwazi ukugibela ezeThekwini ukuthi igcizelelwe la ukuthi njengoba sasithi kufuneka abafundi ukuhambela emakhaya behambele izindawo ba-rotate to make sure ukuthi bayaziwa like ye Western Cape ko Central Karoo njalo yayibona lonto okunye ufuna sigcizelele lana ngoba ama-office abo asenenkinga because the province iba yinye futhi uma iba yinye uthola ukuthi sengxenye noma ingxenye kunabantu abakude abangakwazi njengawu-master nje master office nawo ungomunye soke sixoxe ngenye ngaye umaster office uthola ukuthi eKZN munye umuntu osuka le kufanele eze lo munye ingakho ogcina sengasakwazi ukuthi ahambe okwenza lento okuthiwa letter of authority if mhlambe eshonela azagcina sehlukunyezwa abantu basemzini kuthiwa hey wena ngena if wena ufuna ukungenwa la take your bag and go ezinye izinto okufuna ukuthi sigcizelele lana ukuthi although imali zingekho kodwa ama-office akuyabhekelela ukuthi anwetshwa kanjani. Ngiyabonga Chair. Hello. Ungizwile Chair?
Ikhambi igesi ngisazama ukukhipha
Chair, should I continue?
yebo.
No, Chair, can I come in?
Ungizwile mina Chair? Did you hear me Chair?
Yebo ngikuzwile ma, but angithi leyo angeke sifune ukuyifaka uma singayi raisanga nabo.
Yeah, but kodwa lena yokuthi
leyo fanele sibabhalele mhlambe officially and raise things that we think they should look at as a CGE.
Nokuthi ke phela bahambela emakhaya besikushilo lokho.
Yeah,
bengaphelele emadolobheni.
Yeah.
Ngiyabonga.
Chair, can I come in?
Bacala ngifuna uqedelela le ya commissioner who's continuously undermining the portfolio committee, not wanting to account to the portfolio committee. Good, how do we put it? Crystal, what to do, right?
Maybe something like the committee, okay, I see what you wrote, but maybe to add is the lack of accountability. Maybe just under that point, the lack of accountability is concerning. It's concerning to the committee on the lack of accountability by commissioners to Parliament. So basically saying that we're concerned that the commissioner is not coming to account to Parliament, because remember, they feel like they only account to the president, which is actually incorrect. And as a committee, we've cleared this misunderstanding up. So there's really no excuse for their lack of attendance. I think they don't want to attend because they don't want to be held accountable. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Masiko, you wanted to say something on this one?
Yes, Chair, let me apologize. I was load shedded. My electricity has just returned. But I think, Chair, I'm fully covered by how it has been captured. What I was actually also thinking about, Chairperson, is the issue of Commissioner Botha and how far the Commission, in relation to the overall conduct of commissioners, how far the Commission has been able to go with the investigation, but also the issue of consequence management, Honorable Chairperson, because we raised it with the Commission, that part of why commissioners continue to display the conduct that they are displaying is because there are no form of consequences. Now, as a committee, we can't be the one who are implementing consequence management on behalf of CGE. So I think that element of accountability, yes, but also consequence management, Chairperson, must reflect. It's very important. But I'm not sure, maybe Chairperson one will be briefed in relation to how the commission has responded to the issues of Commissioner Board that they've been dragging for a long time now. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Yeah, you captured it correct, Christelle and Masiko. The way you wrote it, it's a true reflection of what is happening at CGE. I'm sure before the end of the meeting, you must remind me, honorable members, to take you through on the process, Commissioner Both.
Okay.
Yeah.
Chair, so are we happy with these two sentences that I've added in here? So the committee raised concerns about internal procedures, conduct, and discipline amongst commissioners, as well as the lack of consequence management by plenary. And then, based on what Ms. Sharifa said, the committee was concerned by the lack of accountability shown by particular commissioners in their reporting to Parliament.
Yeah. Yeah.
Chair.
Able?
Yes, Chair. On the issue of treaties, I think I picked it up on the tail end. It says here that the committee questioned how CGE planned to monitor government departments to ensure that international treaties are implemented in the country when the target was discontinued. But I think our engagement went over and above how they are monitoring government departments. We went on to say that even CGE is active and interacts on national or international platforms like CSW. So I think it's not only the element of monitoring, but also their own participation in spaces that are over and above the boundaries of the country.
Yeah.
Chair.
Yebo.
So no, ngifuna ukubheka la lo commissioner lo undermine i-portfolio committee likhuluma ngobhotsa.
Uday.
Okay, ake ngenze njena ke. Mina ngicabanga ukuthi indlela yakhe ifuna ukulungiswa lana ukuthi akabizwa bhalelwe incwadi azochaza ukuthi kungani noma yena ubona portfolio committee lingabalekile ku president ofanele ngoba yena mhlambe udidwa ukuthi bona ba-appointwa u president ukuthi mhlambe akalulekwe afike la tshela no yes when appoint president but abantu okuyibona bona banenzisa ama-interview yile committee abantu ofanele u-account kubona yile portfolio committee ngoba even yena upresident ekugcineni ulalela i-portfolio committee ukuthi thina sithini. Uyayizwa loo nto i-recommendation yethu. So ngoba ngiyabona yena kusho ukuthi udidekile, I wish ukuthi abhalelwe incwadi straight ezomcela portfolio committee akezochaza kabanzi ukuthi yini eyenza undermine i-portfolio committee. Ngiyabonga Chair.
Yeah.
Chair.
Yebo.
I've been trying to come in. Member Piri, can I proceed?
Yes.
Before we go to conclusions or recommendation, I wanted to check, Chair. We assist each other. What Honorable Maseko was saying in terms of the target that were removed in the APP, maybe to be in particular with international treaties. Chair, as much as we are saying they will respond or they'll come back with an addendum, but we are also going to accept and take it to the National Assembly. My question will be, Chair, in terms of the APP versus your budget, if we can't agree or allow them to put it back so that it must be budgeted for, because if it cannot be budgeted, Chair, while we'll be expecting them to perform, they'll come back with an excuse of saying, remember, it was not in our APP, meaning it was not budgeted for. But that's why I'm saying, let us assist each other. Maybe we might find somewhere, somehow, even though when they amend, it will be captured in terms of allocation of budget. Secondly, Chair, we've raised concerns as the presenter was busy presenting to say it also covers with the part of commissioners and board members of the NYDA. Overall, we said on both of them, we need to have a target of, they must present to us target of themselves. If Commissioner Day it's allocated Limpopo, what will be his or her target to achieve in the financial year? But I think that one, it might not have been captured, or it has just passed me while you are busy, the presenter is presenting. But I think it's more important to also get what is their plan and how are we going to monitor and evaluate them as a committee, and try to avoid what is happening currently with those that feels they must undermine the committee, while if they give us their own target and how are they going to work, they will be in a position not to undermine coming to the committee, but it will make them and compel them to come to the committee, versus what we also agreed with them to say in amongst their program, let us have joint programs through our PCOs, different PCOs, and it will also assist us in terms of monitoring and evaluating the commissioner's work and the board members' work. I just wanted to put this before we could end. Thanks, Chair.
Okay.
Chair, can I respond?
All right.
I think this bullet here, we tried to capture that around the fact that there wasn't an outline of activities of commissioners in the APP. So the committee asked what is the role of commissioners in giving effect to the entire APP, and what is the plan in relation to this, as it was not reflected in the APP under review. As such, the committee questioned how commissioners are to be held accountable, or held to account in this regard. I think the second part was intended to cover what Ms. Piria just said around working collaboratively in the constituencies. Maybe we can just rephrase that second part of the sentence, but I think this bullet was intended to cover that. And then also in terms of the board members of the NYDA, we did cover it. We did say that there was no target related to the performance of the board. We did raise that under the observations there, so that is covered there. So I don't know whether that's sufficient or if there's anything in addition that must be added related to what Ms. Piria just raised.
All right.
Okay. And then I just want to, Ms. Masiko, based on what you had said around the treaty compliance, I'd added this second sentence here. You can advise me whether it's fine like that. The committee questioned to what extent the CGE would be participating on regional and international platforms, given that it had removed the target relating to monitoring treaty compliance. Does that give effect to the issue you had raised? Members can advise me.
It's perfectly captured, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Chair, then I'm going to move on to the recommendations if there's nothing else to add in our observations. Should I move on?
Yeah.
Okay, so in terms of recommendations, having considered the annual performance plan and budget for the department, the committee recommends to the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities as follows. So the first one is that the department should reformulate its targets plan and ensure that these are smart and in line with the revised strategic plan. The department should submit an erratum to the current APP within 2 weeks of the budget vote debate, which is scheduled for the 23rd of May, having taken into consideration the recommendations proposed by the committee. The department should also present the revised APP to the committee on a date to be determined. The department should provide a detailed report on the 18 additional vacancies in the department. The department should provide a progress report on the implementation of the recommendations contained in the Fluxman report. The committee will engage with the Department of Justice and Correctional Services, as well as the South African Law Reform Commission, and request an update on the development of the Disability Rights Bill. The department should indicate which government departments it intends assessing for the 2023-24 financial year. The department should submit a detailed action plan on the key areas of WECONA and what it intends achieving for 2023-24. The department should remove the target on its oversight role over the National Youth Development Agency, and this should be replaced by a SMART target. The department should also submit a detailed report on the use of consultants. The department should submit an operational plan which has activities for the implementation of the APP to the committee. The department should develop awareness programs within government structures and communities about its mandate and role. And then I just perhaps need to add in the one, Chair, that you had raised around working collaboratively with the Department of Communications, because we had inserted that new recommendation. I'm just going to highlight this because I just had to put in the correct name, but I'll fix that just now. Is that in order, Chairperson, in terms of the recommendation?
Yeah.
If you want to change it now, it's Department of Communications and Digital Technologies.
Thank you. Okay. Then in terms of, so are we covered in terms of the recommendations for the department? Is there anything that we've missed that we need to add? Okay, then I'll move on to the NYDA. So the recommendation.
Sorry,
Yes.
sorry, Crystal. What is your sanitary dignity recommendations?
Gosh, let me go back to the.
Your recommendations.
I'm just trying to see whether there is anything here, and I don't actually
You need
see.
to add.
Let me just go back to. Let's just see quickly what the recommendations, the observations were. So we had that it was more around the development of reports. That was the concern. That they were just going to be developing reports on sanitary dignity. And they should be focusing on monitoring, evaluation, coordination, and advocacy.
Yeah, so remember, the issues we found with the sanitary dignity program, lies with uniformity, and we spoke about this at length. Providers.
Yeah, Musharif, I was just thinking now, we didn't actually mention anything about the value chain, because I think we had discussed something around the value chain under sanitary dignity in particular.
Yeah, the whole value chain.
Yeah,
That's
so
my SIPO's passion.
yes, so the department must, or the committee was concerned.
And the SDP framework, we said that they must send us a report to do oversight as is not reflected in the reports on the implementation of the SDP framework.
Chair, ningakhohlwa njalo ukuthi eMpumalanga kwatholakala ama-pads angekho SABS.
Yes.
Okukhombisa ukuthi laba babuye bengabi nayo lendlela yokulandelela ukubheka ukuthi into abayisupplyayo zi-right yini nokubheka ukuthi leyo nkampani ngabe mhlambe isemthethweni irejistile yini noma ivumelekile ningasupply. Okunye funa ngingakhohlakali lokho sidandwa zami, ngiyabonga.
Sorry, Chair. We also spoke about the lack of information in provinces and the gap in the department's monitoring and evaluation to be able to pick these issues up and the value chain faults. I'm so sorry for taking us back. I should have been concentrating. My apologies, members.
Did I miss?
Ama-sanitary towel ayengenayo i-sticker se-SA breweries to make sure ukuthi kufanele angasetshenziswa. Singakukhohlwa but like right.
I think this one is out of mention. It's not at least for that one.
But also, Crystal, are you sure that we didn't engage on the issue, as Chairperson has said, one of my favorites one, on the beneficiation on the entire value chain?
I tried to capture.
We did engage.
We did engage on that. I would have never missed it, Chair. You are correct.
I tried to capture it here in the sentence. Do you want me to add more? Or the committee was concerned about the lack of inclusion of women, youth, and persons with disabilities in the value chain for sanitary products.
Perfect.
Okay. I'm just going to, let me do this so that I just reword the recommendation.
But Chair, I don't know, as much as I agree with it, I do fully agree. But I think more work still needs to be done to actually, because when we say they must benefit, they come back to us and they say that there's no capacity. But they need to build capacity. They need to work with stakeholders to ensure that women, the youth, and the persons with disabilities are in a better space to also become manufacturers or producers themselves. I don't know how we can correctly capture that in terms of working with the NYDA to actively actually go out and discover and capacitate them, train them, get them machines and all of those things that they need to actually become the actual producers of the materials. rather than just them benefiting, because benefiting, you can subcontract them, but also we want them to become producers and manufacturers of the actual products. Thank you.
Akere, it's also the responsibility of the Department of Women to monitor if guidelines in this program are fully implemented. One, Akere, there are guidelines from
Yes,
national
Chair.
department. And then two, it is the responsibility of Department of Youth of Women to ensure that based on the identified problem of manufacturing of these pads, they have a responsibility to work with DTI. They have a small business with CITAS to train women to acquire the skill, plus assisting them in procuring the equipments for us as South Africa to manufacture these pads.
Chair.
Again, when they do advocacy, it's their responsibility.
Chair.
Able.
Chair, through you, I think we also have to be very mindful about, this value chain that we are talking about. I think we have to also consider if we want women to produce pads and at the same time have the right pricing, we might come up with a situation whereby, it's difficult to do that because, when companies like Lillet's and, or the Cortex, they already have the market out there. So when we are manufacturing as women, when we say women must manufacture, then we're asking them to compete with these manufacturers who are already quite massive in that sense. So I just want to, I just want to caution us of saying that, women must get into this and only consider their product to be the suppliers of government only. So, if we do that, then that means like we are really minimizing them, because then we are making them to be solely dependent on the government. So I think, we have to understand the implication of, trying to say women must manufacture is a good thing, but at the same time, then for them to be able to produce a product that competes directly with Lillet's in terms of pricing and quality, it's a matter of numbers. The more you produce and the more market you have, the better your price is and the better your quality is. So when you're talking about women, for me, it's a very small market that we're talking about because it's solely just for the government and there's no expansion. So it's going to be a little bit tricky, in my view, to say, how do we ensure that the pricing is right and also the product and the quality is correct? And that's why I think that's what we are experiencing now in Mpumalanga, whereby the pricing is not right. The product is not SAPS approved because of the cost that comes with ensuring that you get the right pricing. I don't know if I'm able to, to express it properly, but I think it's just something that is a little bit tricky. I think what we need to advocate for is to say, how can women be suppliers? Just go and buy from Pick n Pay and supply to the schools. And then from there, they should expand as they go. But to just go directly into the manufacturing and try to sell, it's going to be very difficult for us to be able to justify the pricing of it because it's going to be very expensive. And I think that's something that maybe we should look at and say, the machinery, how much is going to be, the resources that they need, how much is going to be, and out of that, what kind of product can they produce and how much will it cost? And is it value for us as a department to be able to be pushing for that? Because then you're going to be sitting with 39 rand per pack, whereas, everybody's going to say, but, Lillet's is cheaper and it's a better quality and it's SABS approved And why are we going for something that is more expensive, but doesn't meet all these kind of requirements? So I just, and say, is it feasible? So we have to be able to say, talk to DTI, maybe bring them on board, have a meeting with them and say, can you do
These women, they are the that they benefit up until supplying it to whatever department. But also, we are looking at a broader picture here, a bigger picture in terms of them also supplying the retail shops, not only focusing on the department. But what we want, Tina, Uguti, there's not those that wants to go and source them, buying them in macro or whatever. It's up to them. What is important for us? It's women, young women. They must benefit from this program. Honorable Masiko.
No, Chair, thank you very much. I'm covered by you when you are saying that when we say that we want the entire value chain for women, for young people, we mean just that, Chairperson. 1, 2, we must never underestimate the buying power of government. Because if you go to KZN in one financial year, the total cost is 128 million, and that's just one province. And if you have one cooperative of women, because women have a capacity to produce, we can't be afraid and say because now if government says that they will buy from this one cooperative, that 128 million, because the buying, if you say that you want to supply and go and buy from somebody else, you will be left, that individual that has produced as a producer will be left with the majority of the profit. And the suppliers are just left with a smaller amount. So we're saying that it's a program that must benefit in totality women from the production phase up until the last supply and delivery must be for women and must be for young people. But I agree with Honorable Machesi when she says that there must be feasibilities and all of that. But I think it's just when it from a desktop exercise, Chairperson, it's a given that women need to do from the product. We want women producers and they must not be afraid of these big companies. We can't say that because big companies are there, women cannot compete. But government has a buying power on its own. But we're not saying it must be restricted to government alone, because government has got schools, we've got hospitals, because our hospitals are also using these Pampers and whatever, not Pampers, but for adults and young people and all of those things. So buying power of government is huge on its own, but we're not saying that that must be a restricting factor. Women can also have their own, in terms of growth, they can go out there and also go to shelves as well, and Discam and all these other chain stores where they can go and find their products in it. But we should never be afraid, Chairperson. I don't think we need to place a glass ceiling on women in terms of their producing power. But what we need to do is that government must ensure that there is an enabling environment for women to do such. And those, then everything comes in, the feasibility studies and all the trading, how much is it going to cost, given the fact that they are now tax-free sanitary towels. But you've captured it correctly, Chairperson, when we say that we want the entire value chain, and we must not be apologetic for that. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Okay, Chair, I won't take long. I agree. I think it's a good thing. I don't say that is not. All I'm just saying that I think when we make this kind of recommendation, I think we also must be well informed in terms of the value chain, the costing of it, and can we really compete with what is out there? So we need to do our own due diligence from our side. So that, like, we recommend from a position of knowledge, and we have the knowledge within the government. So let's utilize that. let's rope in the different departments that can be able to assist us to be able to give us the actual value of manufacturing, how much it will be, the resources that will be required, so that, like, we can advise on that. And also we must remember, if we have a company that is producing with women in KZN, we also want that in the Free State. We also want, different women to be benefiting from this. So there will be competition. So we have to, be aware of that. But I think we need to do our own research to say, this is how much we think it's going to cost, and this will be the product that will be coming out of that, and this is the costing of it, so that we're not surprised when we have people that are manufacturing and they are not producing the quality that we need at the pricing that we need. That was my input, Chair. I was just saying that, it's something that we have to look deeper into it, and really, not to say that we are canceling, it shouldn't be done. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, let's do on our side, let's give the right kind of advice that is required as for the women when they get embarking into this business. Thank you.
Yeah, and in fact, we have done that, Honorable Machesi. We know because even the department, we once called the department to come and talk to us about this program. Because in fact, we thought that it was going to be better if this program is run by national, and but the unfortunate part was that it's provinces who's delivering directly to the schools, and that's why even when we go to do oversight regarding this program, we check even the prices. For instance, in Mpumalanga, they were saying 36 rand. And we're arguing that no, why 36 rand when you can get a packet of SABS approved pads for 9 rand, 12 rand. It depends how many are they in the packet. So all those things, we've considered them. That's why we're consistent and not changing our stance in terms of this. Even when the department was there to present their report, these are some of the things that we've been saying. How do they do advocacy for women and young people? Because our main worry was that even if you check, most of the companies that are benefiting from this program are male companies. There are few provinces who are giving this a program to women. Most of them it's males, so they must do their job. And in fact, this time we must push ECGE to monitor this program, sanitary dignity pets. How is the department doing? And how are provinces doing in relations to this program? But thank you very much, honorable members, regarding this one. I think we have exhausted it. Let's continue with other recommendations.
Chair, I'm sorry.
Okay. Nakho kunye
We must
bengifuna
look at isikhathi, ne? We are not
okay. Ngifuna mina ukukhuluma nako ukuthi sisakhuluma ngokuthi abantu besifazane kufuna kube yibona abasupplyayo. Ubaleka mnqando ozwabala nayibhedlela ngoba even ama-pampers athinta abantu besifazane. Kanjalo futhi sasigcina sikhulumeni nokuthi even nalento yomhlaba khanje kubhekwe emakhosini bakwazi youth nabantu besifazane bakwazi bathola umhlaba balime kuze bekwazi ukusupplyela izitolo kuphele nepoverty. Ngibonge futhi chair ukuthi uthi uCGE akube uyena kanye ozohambela lama province to make sure ukuthi lezi zinto esikhuluma ngazo ziyenzeka yini ukuze kuthuthuke abantu besifazane kanye ne-youth. Nabo abakhubazekile kukhona abakwazi ukuthi basebenzise izandla khona bekhubazekile kuze bengalokhu bedependele kwi-disability grant. Ngiyabonga Chair.
In fact, Mam Kaula, you reminded me, ibhedlela. If you remember, honorable members, we also spoke about hospitals at one stage. That you know, if Department of Women was serious about this program, those women who are supplying, who will be manufacturing. This was one legacy project or project, yes, that Department of Women would have achieved starting from 2019 to date. By now, Honorable Machesi, we are far regarding this, because our intention was also creating jobs for young people. They'll be supplying hospitals, agree, those pampasses and dry linen, those things that they put in the mattresses at hospitals. It's high time that we talk real empowerment of our own women, but there's nothing wrong of them sourcing them from big companies. Honorable Sharif.
Thank you. Please, let's add as the last point the STP framework. About this at length. The fact that it was in previous KPIs, it's not in this new APP. And this is the tool that they produce for a whole year to be able to monitor and evaluate, and now it's simply not there anymore. So I think we have to make a point on the framework in terms of monitoring and evaluation.
Yeah.
Because this one makes me angry. How do you spend a year and you don't even use it? What?
Sorry?
I said they took 1 year to produce frameworks. The whole of last year, they were taking 1 year to produce frameworks. And then in the new APP, it's not there. How do you explain that?
Yeah. Yeah. No, thanks, Honorable Sheriff, for also reminding us about it. In fact, I think we omitted it. It was an omission from our side, but I think we did speak to it during the meeting. Because I know it's Masiko, yourself, and who else likes this, talking about this. But I know the people who are passionate about this in the committee, who always remind us about it, I know. Okay.
Thank you, Chair and members. I've added in 3 bullets here. I hope that covers the discussion that we had now in terms of including recommendations. So these are all around the sanitary program. So it's around the value chain, around the streamlining and the guidelines, and then around the STP framework.
Yeah.
Okay. Then in terms of the NYDA, the recommendations are as follows.
Sorry, Crystal, I'm thinking of a GPV. Did you say something about GPV from the department? I don't remember seeing anything like that.
No, not in terms of the recommendations. Let me go back and look at the observations quickly. So
because I remember I saw it go with the NYDA, but with regards to the department, I don't remember anything about GPV that we wrote in our report.
We only had an observation around the rapid response teams, Chair, in relation to this. In relation to GPV, we only had this recommendation around the rapid response teams.
That will be suicide if we don't have it here, because they are the champions of gender-based violence. And we need to say something. Honorable Masiko, Machesi, Carol, please come with something. And Honorable Boni, Masondo, Mam Kaula, yeah, please think of something.
Chairperson, if I could come in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I think we were so shocked at the level of the APP of the Department of Women that we spoke in length, I remember, to Shoki.
Yeah.
If I can remember correctly, we spoke more on the National Council and the fact that those KPIs are removed and that's not acceptable since UBV is a pandemic in the country. We also spoke about Tutuzela care centers and the lack of, uniformity in terms of reporting lines, because one Tutuzela care center is really nice and the next Tutuzela care center is a mess, and we pick this up in Mpumalanga and many other provinces as well. I think that's what I could pick up was issues around the KPIs and removing a lot of the GBV targets that needs to be there, including the fact that they don't have the framework, the monitoring and evaluation framework. I think we must mention that, Chair, because when we spoke about frameworks to the department, we included these frameworks.
I think yes, you're right, Nazlim, because I think what we did, we asked them if they can reinstate them, because I remember I said, like, you must give us their train of thought, what made them to take them out. And they basically said, it was just an oversight from them, because they thought that because it's on their strategic plan or something like that, they don't have to add it on the APP. So then they said they're going to add it. So I think that's what we can say.
That's where they said they're going to bring an error term.
Yes, and then they're going to bring it in. So basically our recommendation is that they've just removed them. They had no reason to remove them. They just, all that we said as a recommendation was that those targets must be back again on the APP.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Chair, and I put in the group, sorry, the lack of funding for program 2.
Sorry?
A lack of funding for program 2. We also noted that as an issue.
Yeah. Honorable Boni. Carol. Masiko, we are covered.
We're fully covered, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Yeah. I was reading the report, trying to think, where is it? Thanks, honorable members. Okay. So, Crystal, you can also add the recommendation. Eh?
Yes, Chair, I'm going to add that now. I've just added that one in there. And then I'll add in the recommendation.
I'm sorry for taking you back.
No.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Let me get back to the recommendations for the department. So that one would be in relation to GBVF. Targets related to GBVF must be reinstated. And Is that in order?
Maybe something around the GBVF framework.
Is it the monitoring and evaluation framework?
100%. The only thing they said in the APP was the reports to the president, but that doesn't tell us monitoring and evaluation is the framework.
They said what?
That that they're using those reports to the president as monitoring and evaluation. And as a committee, we said to the DDG that that's not enough because lots of things slip through the cracks, Chair. It was in our in-person meeting, Chair.
Should I just say that the targets is that fine, Masharif, or is there?
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so then when we move to the NYDA, the recommendations for the NYDA, the first one is that they should improve on their branding, especially in rural areas, to ensure that young people are aware of services being offered. The second one is that they must engage with the department and the CGE to share best practices on sourcing donor funding to improve the implementation of the respective mandates. The NYDA should implement awareness programs with members of the committee in their constituencies on services offered by the NYDA on a quarterly basis. They should work with the Department of Home Affairs and as well as DIRCO to investigate teaching prospects for youth at overseas placements from a safety perspective. The NYDA should advertise the voucher program more vigorously to ensure that young people are aware of it. To this end, the NYDA should also utilize radio stations to ensure that they reach out to young people, including youth with disabilities who do not have access to online platforms to access information. The board members should report back to the committee after having discussed how they intend monitoring their performance on a quarterly and annual basis. The NYDA should plan. Let me just see what the sentence is. The NYDA should have a plan for board members and what they intend achieving for 2023-24. The plan should be linked to targets and associated programs outlined in the APP for 2023-24, including the deployment plan to provinces. The plan should be submitted to the committee within 7 working days and be presented to the committee by the office of the chairperson of the board at a date to be announced. I just think within 7 working days from what, maybe we need to be clearer there. Chair and members, I'll take some advice there.
And the plan should be submitted to the committee within 13 days. I think you have to use the same wording that you used before, is from the day that we had the meeting on that, I think from the day that we had the APP evaluation on that day. I think you wrote it properly on the other part. I don't remember where.
Yeah, I'll just go back.
Just go back and then just write it
Because I was
exactly.
checking 7 days from the meeting or 7 days from the adoption of this report.
Yeah, I think we're from the adoption of the report, or not?
Okay. Um, 7 working days. Okay, then the last one is the NYDA should respond in writing to all questions and concerns raised by the committee and submit within 7 days after the meeting of the 3rd of May. Is there any additional recommendations that are needed here?
Sorry, Crystal, we
I
did.
think you've
Oh, sorry. We did ask for a report on the cannabis, on the cannabis project.
Okay, let me just add that.
Then I connect on. Ish. Is a matter tower maker, is Wi-Fi. Okay. I didn't see that. I'm not. I didn't mute. So you were listening to my conversation with Sisoy.
we
Yes, we're
forgive
listening.
you. In the data.
We are right in your house, Chair.
Ms. Sharif, is this fine like this? Right down the cannabis project?
Yep, looks good. Thank you, Crystal.
Okay. And then just before I continue, because I see now here, we've got the NYDA should respond in writing to all questions, concerns raised by the committee and submit within 7 days after the meeting of the 3rd of May. We've got 3rd of May there. Then this one, we've got 7, or I had put here now, 7 working days after the adoption of this report. Should we leave it like that, or was the 7 working days also after the 3rd of May? Should I change
After the 3rd of May.
So must this also be the 3rd of May, 7 working days after the meeting of the.
Didn't we give the department the same deadline that they should respond to some questions that they didn't respond to?
I think you did,
I'll,
Chair.
I'll go back.
Yeah,
now.
department I think was worse than NYDA. At least NYDA, they tried to respond to many of their questions, but department, there were lots of questions that they couldn't answer.
Yes, Chair, I'm just going to go back and see whether we've put that in. We spoke about the revised APP that they have to give us within 2 weeks after the budget vote debate.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just saying, and so for the NYDA, we're asking for 7 days after the meeting we had with them.
I'm not sure if we said after the meeting we held with them, but I remember there were questions that we said they must respond. But remember, if there are questions that are outstanding, you guys, you should write to them which questions were not adequately answered or were not answered at all.
Yes, Chair. I mean, today is the 16th of May, so maybe, I don't know whether Neliswa's got any feedback on whether she received anything from them, because it's more than 7 days already.
Even the letter that will summon day to the portfolio committee, I think we need to set up a date.
Okay.
So that when they write, Neliswa and Dr. Tembe, they write to Commissioner or CGE, they should have the right date for that meeting.
Okay, Chair, we will liaise with Neliswa in that regard. Then
okay.
Just if I move to the last set of recommendations, it's around the CGE. So the first one is the CGE should reassess targets removed or discontinued, particularly those related to the monitoring of police stations, the Tazela care centers, shelters, and courts, and include these in the amended APP. They should assess targets that do not link with the mandate of the CGE and remove these from the APP. They should submit an erratum to the APP within 2 weeks after the committee meeting held on the 9th of May. The commissioner should take a decision on the non-attendance of commissioners to attend to committee meetings. The commissioners must ensure that the CEO is not working alone, but with other senior management within the institution when compiling the APP. The CGE should finalize the issue of the Legal Practice Council, and this should be reflected in the APP for 23-24. The CGE should submit to the committee an organogram with names attached to each post as well as indicating vacancies. The committee should submit the revised Commissioner's Handbook to the committee at the next meeting. They should address the outstanding and pending lease issues as a matter of urgency, particularly for the office in Cape Town. And as needed, they must request to present relevant and pertinent reports to the committee to ensure the recommendations and concerns are addressed. Those are the recommendations.
What about the cases, the disciplinary cases? I think there was something about the disciplinary cases for the department. There were outstanding cases. I remember Honorable Machesi spoke about one case, one report.
For the CGE chair, I think it was the internal audit person that was suspended. And now we're saying we need a report.
Yeah.
Is that the
I
particular?
think the Department of Women, there was something, if my memory serves me well.
Yes, thanks, Chair. Yazi ngiyakukhumbula laba bekhuluma khona ngoyedwa suspendiwe kodwa thina as portfolio committee singazi and sacela nokuthi sifuna ukwazi ukuthi ususpend isikhathi engakanani but yini i-reason eyenza ukuthi asuspend. Ngiyabonga.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Mam Kawula is talking about the CGE one.
Yes, Chair. There was the internal, the chief auditor or someone. I think we have it in the. Let me just go to the observations.
Chief Information Officer.
It's this one, the chief internal auditor.
Yeah.
It wasn't not this one. Let me just do this.
Where are your members, Honorable Masiko?
Honorable Chairperson, they are here. The only
Where
one
are they
that sends
quiet?
an up.
Yes,
Honorable Mareko is here, Honorable Piri is here, Honorable Masondo is here. The only one who's not present. Khulumani, khulumani.
Yethu sonke che iripota siphikisana nayo yiko sithulile. Yiyo.
Khumbulani ezinye izinto. Angithi uyabona ukuthi nami ngiyacabanga. Angithi nami mangibhala nabo.
Ungizwe mkhulu. Thina bathanda bangizwe mkhulu. Kunjani madam?
Yezwa. Ngithi nami mangibhala nestaff okunye ngiyakulibala. Ngiyakukhumbula mangikukhumbula la ngiyakeda nani khumbulana okunye phela.
Okay. Chair, the other recommendation, I think, Chair.
Yes, Honorable Mashesi.
Yes, I think the recommendation that you're talking about, it was the, I think the Flaxman report, I think it was mentioned somewhere in the beginning, specifically for a department.
Yeah, with the department.
But also we wanted to get a standing of their organogram. I think it is there. I think that was for the department. But at the same time, there were rumors of nepotism again that we wanted them to respond to. I don't know if that we should also add.
Yeah, I think it
was on the HR, yeah?
Yeah, it was on the HR.
Yeah, the HR, I think.
Yeah, the issues of HR, they must come to the portfolio committee and respond to. And including that report, Flaxman report, we need it. I remember we have never received that report. So Honorable Mashesi assisted us. Yeah.
Chair, then maybe I should just add here, we're asking for a progress report. Then should I add as well as the actual report? Because
Yeah.
members don't have that report. So a report on the implementation of the recommendations in the report, as well as
how they have implemented it.
We've got
how
that.
they have implemented their recommendations.
Yes, but the initial recommendation was just asking for a progress report on the implementation of the recommendation. So I've added as well as submission of the, I'm gonna say, of the actual report, so that they give us the actual report, and then there's the progress report as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's in there.
Yeah.
And then those are, I've added in the, where's this one now? The CGE should submit a detailed report about the suspension of the chief internal auditor. That was the one recommendation that wasn't there. And then those are all the recommendations, Chair, members.
Yeah, I hope that thing of Flexman report you didn't write in CGE is for the department.
Now it's in the department, Chair.
Oh, okay.
Chair, if I could, we just also asked about litigation in the CGE.
Okay.
And maybe add that, because they haven't been doing much to any litigation, and we asked them to come back to us on that one. In the, I don't know if we said in the erratum, I can't remember that. Members will have to help me, but we did say we wanted to see more litigation from the CGE.
Yeah.
And it was in connection to the tender.
The one of CGE. Or what?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Mexico, is it for CGE or for EU department?
It's CGE, Honorable Chairperson, the tender that they were taking out to get lawyers. And we asked, in fact, we've captured it at the top because we asked Uguti, how is it that they are outsourcing it and what does it have on CGE's legal standing?
Okay. Hey, laba njengoba budget imali encane kangaka for litigation, 900 and something. Am I correct?
Yes, Chair, they've allocated 930,000 for litigation.
Yeah, but they don't really speak much about like the work they do on litigation. And I think the CGE can actually do more on litigation. Because remember, we asked them in their interviews around the work on litigation, the CGE interviews, Chair.
Yeah. I'm fully postal.
Nomkhuhlane, Chair.
Yeah, throat temp.
Oh, okay.
It's the cold weather, Chair. Gauteng is freezing.
Yo, it's freezing, Masiko here. Yo. Hey, when you're going to
I said I'm willing to accommodate you guys.
Thank you, Masiko. I might just take you up on that offer.
That's a repeat.
Chair, I've just added, and Masharif, I've just added this in here. So it's around, as well as provide information on the tender for the panel of attorneys, and then they should include more detailed information on litigation in the revised APP.
Hi, Chair.
Eva?
I don't know, Chair, if I'm behind. I just remember if we can add the cases which are reported in the police stations are not followed thoroughly or right by the CGE, more especially in the rural areas. So I don't think they are followed it right. I don't know.
Osho in Mam Sontabang, I follow you, right?
The cases which are reported in the police stations, maybe for the GPV and the homicide, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
We need to put it because we don't have specific cases. There is a need for ECGE to.
No, share. We sinawo sithanda sami ama-case akhona alontshiwe aze banikwe abangakwazi ukuwafollowa sithanda.
Angithi faneke sibhala ku-report ethu sibhala izinto esikhulume ngazo emithingini nabo.
Yes, mina was report let even like Cape Town nginama-case amaningi e-rape nabantu abafayo kodwa u-CGE ongakwazi ukuwenza.
Okay,
but Chair, we spoke about in the previous meeting.
Even cases, a lot of cases, u-CGE akawalandeleli. Mina ngenza shock. Sorry, Sir Chair.
Okay, Mam Sonti, Honorable Mam Kaula. Logo sikwenzayo manje angithi sikhuluma ngaloko abakubhale kule APP yabo bese ama cases faneke sibe nendlela yokuyibeka la ukuthi sithini ngama cases that faneke sicabange uyabo ukuthi sithi mhlambe amanye ayadismissiwa bese ngoba angithi faneke sibabuze according to their mandate. Yabo angithi faneke sikhumbule ukuthi bona bathathelwe i-license yokudila ngama cases. That's one. Bese sifuna indlela yokuthi simasikhuluma ngama cases sibeka kanjani so that izosounda as into ehambelana ne-mandate yabo direct according to the report.
Yes, Chairman, I do understand what you say.
Yeah. Manje yo ngithi ama-members awasindise Sheriff Masiko Machesi Boni assist us on how can we put it.
Chair, I didn't get translation, so.
Honorable Mam Sonti and Honorable Mam Kaula, they were saying CGE is not following up on AMA cases, especially cases of gender-based violence. So what I'm saying is we must find, now we're dealing with the APP and the budget vote. Ne? So what is when we put that, we must write according to their mandate, not forgetting what their license have been revoked by the council, the law reform council. Did you get that, Sheriff?
Yes, Chair, I did get it.
Yeah, so I want us to find a better way of putting it in our report so that it may not sound like we are out of order. It must be in line with their
I think on complaints handling, strategic outcome 2. Complaints handling, the committee noted with concern the complete change to the target, the current, okay. maybe it doesn't capture what we are saying, but I think we should try and fit it in under the complete handling and how we can be able to ensure that it's more efficient. It should be captured under strategic outcome too, Chairperson. Thank you.
Okay.
Kuno 6,000, yes.
Mamkhawula vala imic yakho.
Wathi ngokuthi ngivalile.
Vala Mamkhawula.
Chair.
Honorable Sharif.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think that I agree with Honorable Masiko, but we should also add the fact that the KPIs don't speak to it. The KPIs essentially don't speak to GBVF. They've removed those KPIs, and I think we did deal with the SAPs and the like I said, the KPIs. So the CGE APP is such a mess that it misses so much important work that it does. So maybe we can put something like the committee recommends that the CGE go back, relook at their targets and reinstate or come back with GBV specific targets. And then Chair, we must also not forget to add that you recommended that the CGE should do oversight on the sanitary dignity program. So that should be another one as well. But I think we mostly covered around the legal practice, around the consultants, around the lack of KPIs for GBV, the lack of monitoring and evaluation of GBV, and then add the SDP framework. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Chair.
Yebo.
So Ruth Masiko was saying around outcome 2, but perhaps we could put it here under the part where we're dealing with court, SAPs and TCC monitoring, because what Ms. Sharif also just said now that we noted with concern that the targets relating to these were removed. So perhaps we could put something here to say that the committee also raised concerns around the CGE not following up on cases of GBV. I don't know. I'm just thinking maybe it goes best here because we're talking about the fact that these targets have been removed. So perhaps I could put a line about them not following up on cases under this section.
Okay. Okay.
Does that capture it adequately or not?
The committee was concerned that the targets and indicators have changed with no explanation provided in this regard. This was a concern, particularly as the committee had raised examples of instances where CGE had not followed up on GBVF cases or complaints. Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I think in the recommendations we did say, let me just go back there. I think we did say that they need to put them back. We do have them here to say they must reassess targets that were discontinued, particularly those related to police stations, to Tuzela cases, etc. Okay, so Chair and members can advise me here if we've covered everything, because then we are at the end.
Yeah, honorable members, this is our report. Anything else that is not covered here? Let me get hands from you. Honorable members, here's our report.
Chair,
Did you capture everything?
Yeah,
in this
for
report?
me, for me, everything has been captured. Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Chair, for me too. And I think we must also appreciate the work, Chair, of our researchers. They are always great in capturing everything that we discuss in the portfolio committee. Thank you very much, Chairperson. If we would add anything, so this is Kuluma Namang.
Okay.
I therefore move for the adoption of the report.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Masiko. Can I get a seconder for the adoption of the report?
I second as adopted by Maseko. Thank you.
Kawula second meeting. Mam Sonti.
Chairperson, if I may.
Yes, Honorable Sharif.
Chairperson, you same row as the DA, we reserve our right until consulting with caucus. Thank you, Chair.
But for adoption of the report. Mam Sonti? Sharif?
Yes,
I was asking for the adoption of the report, not
I
of the budget
adoption.
vote.
Yes, to adoption.
Okay.
It includes the report, Chair.
Yeah?
It includes the report, Chair.
Oh, okay, thanks. Oh, thank you very much, honorable members. Our report have been duly adopted by the committee. We're done with our report. We'll then see each other next week on the 24th. Our debate is on the 24th.
23. 23rd.
23rd. Why am I not 24? Why not 24 in Mondonia? Okay, we'll see you next week. But I think at 2 o'clock we'll have to log into some of the budget votes. Those who are in Cape Town. Who is in Cape Town?
Me,
I'll be there next week.
I'm in Cape Town.
Oh,
next
okay,
week.
ma'am.
I'll be there for the debate.
Oh, next week, physical.
You know, you always you want a physical.
Yeah, so we'll be physically next week for our debate. Thank you very much, honorable members, for attending our today's meeting. Let me update you on the issue of Commissioner Botha. Commissioner Botha, last week, the programming committee, there was an item here, Commissioner Botha. ACGE has written to the speaker that the speaker must establish a section 194 committee, which is a committee like the one that is dealing with the Mkhwebane issue. So I was informed by the IOSD office.
Yes, then the general
Mam Kaula, vali mic yako. Mam Kaula, vali mic yako. So I was called by office IOSD regarding the matter, and we had a teleconference discussing it at length. And because there was the information that they were looking for before the establishment of the committee, and then we said, CGE, there were other processes that they have jumped. So this week they must convene and conclude on the processes that are outstanding, so that when we establish, or speaker establishes the ad hoc committee, all those processes should have been concluded by CGE so that we may not waste money and lose that case, Commissioner Botha. So we have agreed on Friday that they are going to sit this week. And then after that, they will submit some minutes and we plenary to the office of the speaker. And then after that, the speaker can establish section 194 ad hoc committee to finalize the process, your case both. Because as they were presenting to me, I'm a lawyer as a parliament, there were other things that was one equity gap. And if they can establish a ad hoc committee with those gaps, then both can get away with the case. So they'll have to do that. So and then the other one was our study tour trip to Washington DC or Germany. Last week Friday, if not Thursday, I got a letter. I got a response from chair of chairs, and they are saying it's only 5 members. They are approving 5 members who must travel to study tour. So they requested me to identify 5 members who will be traveling in that trip. I then did it. So it will be 3 members of the ANC, and it will be 2 members from the opposition. So there'll be 1 member from the DA and 1 member from the EFF. And there's 1 staff. Initially, we applied for all staff members, and then I was told that there's 1 member, 1 staff member who must travel with us. So they didn't do that to our committee only. They said they are doing that so that to accommodate all committees who are taking in a study tour next month, because almost all committees, they didn't take study tours. So initially we wanted to go to Washington, DC and New York. And then they requested me to remove New York because they said we attended the CSW conference. So unfortunately, and she won't even be part of your trip this time. So Uluzi. So they said I must remove New York, then and apply for 2 countries. Then they will tell me which country they are going to approve, whether they're going to approve Washington, DC or Germany. They will tell me, I think by tomorrow I will know which country. But I have already identified members who will go. It will be myself, Masiko and Carol from the ANC side, and Honorable Sharif and Honorable
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah.
Ubani loy? Ubani loy? Carol. Yes, Carol, out of order. And then and Honorable Mam Kaula, because she's a permanent member of the committee. You know that I'm an alternate about Funuguti Ahambe. It's only when the full member is not available, and then she can be replaced by an alternate. So that is how I have make a submission because they said I must remove the other members and to put only the 5 honorable members. So that's what I've done. So, honorable members, you'll have to bring in your passports to Uneliswa. And then I'm sure yesterday they were saying if it's Germany, you'll have to come yourself for the application of a visa. So we'll inform you in due course about what is going to happen. By yesterday, we were busy with other things. We're to see check in terms of about SNT and what is going to happen. So we are busy with it. That's how far we are now. I hope this is in order, honorable members.
Yes, it's in order, Chair. We support the delegation.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Masondo. Yes?
Chair, just a question. In terms of visas for Europe, will appointments be made for us? And then we'll just be told what time to go or how? But just in terms of information for future, once it's been decided where we're going, just so that we can plan accordingly in case we need to come to Cape Town. Thank you.
Yeah, and the other thing that I've also changed due to a parliamentary program, I think Nelly, is it the 17th now? Ne? So Crystal and Tasnim, I wanted to go with both of you. Unfortunately, it's impossible to go with both of you. We'll still have to decide. You can even talk amongst yourselves. You said, Nelly, it's from the what? From the 17th now, or from what?
17th, Chair, of May until the 24th. Of June, until the 24th of June.
Okay. So it will be from the 17th of June to the 24th of June. Okay, thank you very much, honorable members. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much for your participation.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Long live the Chair.
Thank you very much, honorable members.
Bye.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.